Some people and some cases are like a strange, slow-motion car crash. Unsure how those involved can't see that disaster is already in motion. This is very much one of those cases. The true story of Lucy McHugh. Viewer discretion is advised for this educational documentary. Welcome back to Case Documentaries. I bring you true crime, disturbing stories and other things that you may later regret knowing with regular uploads every week. Please do join the quickly growing, incredibly supportive Dark Case family by hitting subscribe now and turning on notifications. Remember, choosing to be kind can save a life in many ways. Thank you so much for choosing to be here with me. Our love and respect goes out to those that knew and loved Lucy and all those affected by this case. Lucy McHugh was a normal 12-year-old girl from Southampton, England. She lived with her mum Stacey and her mum's partner Richard. She was bright, bubbly, intelligent and always eager to learn. Her family called her Brains because she was so switched on. Lucy, who went to Redbridge Community School, loved playing with the babies in her family. She had her heart set on becoming a pro bono lawyer in the US, aiming to help people who could not afford to help themselves. Her school teacher said that at one stage she wanted to be a mechanic, then a fashion designer, but in the end she decided she wanted to study law. No one had any doubt in their mind that she would achieve it, because she was just Lucy. In May 2017, everything changed for Lucy. Stepdad Richard's friend, Stephen, was facing the prospect of being made homeless. So Richard did what any good friend may do, and invited Stephen to live with them, Stacey and Lucy, in Southampton. Stacey put in a good word at the care home where she worked and got Stephen a job there. It was an opportunity for him to have a fresh start and really turn his life around. Up until this point, life had been kind of hard for Stephen. He had spent a large part of his childhood in care, and at the age of 14, he was sentenced to 2 years in a Young Offenders Institute. During his time in the Young Offenders Institute for his crime, Stephen, along with 2 other inmates, barricaded themselves in the servery before causing thousands of pounds worth of damage and attacking staff with sharp kitchen implements. In adulthood, Stephen struggled to find a purpose. He became obsessed with reptiles and tattoos. He owned several snakes, and while he was not a tattoo artist, he would provide a tattooing service to anyone looking for a cut-price tattoo. Stephen was covered in artwork himself. A slight or skinny man, he made up for his lack of stature with his arguably impressive array of artwork, including a tattoo of the word freedom across his forehead. This made him a curiosity to 12-year-old Lucy. Stephen was 23, a grown man with an impressive collection of reptiles. It's easy to see how he may have captured the attention of someone her age. Lucy quickly developed a crush on Stephen, a crush that Stephen disturbingly did little to diminish. Instead of rebuffing her, keeping his distance, or indeed moving out, Stephen encouraged Lucy and sadly exploited her interest in him. To him, she was available in the same house, even in the bedroom opposite his, and he took full criminal, sick advantage. Notes written by Lucy told the full story of their relationship. Heartfelt and explicit, the notes give details of the loss of her virginity to Stephen in May 2017. The very same month he moved into her house. The notes described the repeated intercourse between them which followed, and the emotions which Lucy experienced throughout. Obviously, we know that this wasn't a relationship, it was simply In one note, Lucy tells Nicholson that whatever this is between them has to end, but it did not. Unbeknownst to her parents, Lucy was used by Stephen from the moment he set foot in the family home. Her stepfather's best friend was grooming her, from the very moment he was able to get close enough. Over the course of 14 months, Lucy became a shadow of her former self. In Lucy's young and immature eyes, she was in a relationship. Stephen was her boyfriend, and she made no secret of this to her friends. Hearing reports from other pupils, Lucy's teachers were naturally concerned. Although Lucy denied any intimate relationship to her teachers, they immediately did the right thing, referring their concerns to the local multi-agency safeguarding hub, first of all in 2017, and then again after Lucy had moved to a different school in 2018. On both occasions, a team had investigated and found nothing to be concerned about. No action was taken. By May 2018, Lucy told her cousin that her relationship with Stephen had now become a terrible burden. He was violent and she was scared of him. Lucy and Stephen were often arguing in the house, and while Lucy's mother and stepfather were aware of the fights, they put it down to teenage angst. The pair just didn't get on, is what they told themselves. Given her age, it was normal to be withdrawn or secretive, right? In this case, wrong. Eventually, the arguments were too hard to ignore, and Lucy's stepfather asked Stephen Nicholson to leave. Something wasn't right, and he knew it. On the day Stephen moved out, Lucy told Richard that he had something she needed to tell him and her mother later that night. But Stacey didn't return home until Lucy had gone to sleep. The moment had passed. A couple of days after moving out, Stephen left work early. He claimed to be suffering from sickness and diarrhea. Working in a care home that looked after the elderly, Stephen knew that he would not be allowed back to work until 48 hours after the last symptoms had presented themselves. But Stephen wasn't actually ill. He was simply buying himself time. On Wednesday the 25th of July 2018, Lucy left her house at 9 a.m. A CCTV camera at the local Tesco shows Lucy walking across the car park at 9:30 a.m, just half an hour after she left home in a white top and camouflage leggings. She had no phone, but she can be seen walking purposefully, glancing down at her watch. She didn't want to be late to wherever it was she was going. A woman walking her dog in the sports centre grounds around 10 a.m. recalled seeing a girl matching Lucy's description heading towards the top of the cricket pitch. But Lucy never made it home. When she wasn't home later that evening, her parents began to worry. They phoned the police, who launched a missing persons investigation. And the next morning, Stephen comforted Stacey and Richard. They were obviously growing increasingly concerned for their missing daughter. Stephen sent a text message to Stacey saying, "I hope they find her safe. Police are good at their job and they will find her soon. Keep your chin up and stay positive." But the police would not find Lucy safe and well. Just hours later, her body was discovered. Lucy describes the harrowing moment she was informed of her daughter's death. "I felt the blood turn to ice inside my veins. The room began to spin, and I had the sudden urge to vomit. I dashed from the room, feeling like my whole world was about to implode. I couldn't breathe." On the 26th of July 2018, a dog walker found Lucy's body at the Southampton Outdoor Sports Centre. She had been attacked with a sharp implement until she was no longer breathing. The police didn't wait around. Stephen was arrested on suspicion of her murder the day after the body had been found. His arrest sparked one of the biggest evidence searches in UK criminal history. They trawled through thousands of hours of CCTV footage in the local area, all to piece together his movements in the day before. On Tuesday the 24th of July, he phoned in sick to work. He told the office that he had sickness and diarrhea. He knew that it was company policy for carers to remain off for 48 hours after the last symptoms had passed. But Nicholson was not sick, at least not in that meaning of the word. That afternoon, he cycled up to the flat of an elderly man whom he knew in Curzon Court, a home situated right beside the sports centre where Lucy was found. He was there for around 3 hours. There, he ordered a pair of new trainers for delivery first thing the next morning. That evening, he messaged Lucy on Facebook Messenger, but he deleted the messages soon after reading them. We'll never find out what those final messages read. At 8:15 a.m. on Wednesday, Nicholson cycled from his mother's home to the flat at Curzon Court, arriving at 8:30 a.m. At around 9 a.m, he took a trip to the nearby Tesco Express. He then met Lucy at the sports centre. CCTV unfortunately fell short here, but the police strongly suspected that Nicholson took her into the woods to the side of the top cricket pitch. Lucy told Stephen that she was pregnant and the baby was his. We can assume this was the given reason for the meeting. And there, deep in the foliage off of the beaten path, he attacked her. She was found with 27 markings to her body, most to the face and neck. The pathologist noticed that Lucy had some stab wounds on her arms and wrists. These could have been defensive wounds, as if she was desperately trying to protect herself. There was one unusual incised wound right across her wrist, as if the murderer had initially tried to make it look as if Lucy had done this to herself. Damage to the carotid artery led to sudden high-pressure blood loss, then unconsciousness, and very soon after that, her demise. After he had ended her, Nicholson returned to the flat at Curzon Court before cycling home. During questioning, Stephen admitted to detectives that he had corresponded with Lucy via Facebook Messenger. When police attempted to gain access to his Facebook account, it became apparent that he changed the passwords in the day prior to his arrest. He refused to hand over his new password. Officers were now at a loss. There was no DNA evidence at this point, and they could only hold him for 96 hours without charging him. They turned to a piece of legislation often used when dealing with terrorists, Section 53 of the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act, or RIPA as it's commonly known. Stephen was bailed in relation to Lucy's murder, but charged again under RIPA for failing to hand over his Facebook password. He then went to trial at Southampton Crown Court, where he was sentenced to 14 months in prison for not handing over his password. This sentence bought police the time they needed to continue their investigation. Stephen had been very careful to cover his tracks. The police knew that they had their man, but there was no physical evidence or DNA linking him to the scene. The police turned to a cloud data analyst to study the location of Stephen's phone on the morning of Lucy's death. They didn't have the physical phone. This too had strangely disappeared before his arrest, but they didn't need it. They were able to pull location data from the cloud. This investigation showed Stephen had been in the vicinity where Lucy's body had been discovered. This was obviously exactly what they expected. It also showed that he deviated from the most direct route back to his house, stopping off at Tanner's Brook on his way home. Police immediately launched a fingertip search of the area. There they found a bag of partially burnt clothing, including a blood-soaked hoodie. It contained Stephen's and Lucy's DNA. They knew they finally had the evidence to charge their man. On the 18th of July 2019, Stephen was found guilty of Lucy's murder as well as 3 counts of violating her. The judge didn't hold back as she delivered the sentence. She was a 13-year-old child. Your selfishness and savagery have blighted her family's lives forever. The sentence is one of life in prison. Stephen was sentenced to life imprisonment and told he would serve a minimum of 33 years behind bars. He was also given 17-year concurrent prison sentences for each of the violation charges that he faced. It's unlikely he will ever see freedom again.
She posted online a bit about how she thinks no one cares about her, so seeing all of this would probably just, make her feel so cared about.
This is the true story of Riley Crossman, a happy, caring and talented teenager. A girl with an amazing future within her grasp. Someone that loved her family, her boyfriend, her life. But after going to bed alone one night, she vanished, almost without a trace. What would become of Riley? Riley Crossman was born on December 22nd, 2003 in Martinsburg, West Virginia. Her mother was Chantel and her father was named Lance. Her family described Riley as beautiful, an innocent soul with a laugh that would fill a room. She was a natural artist, a talented dancer, and it was said that she had the singing voice of an angel. Riley had a real love for babies and children, and they always seemed to love her too. She was a big sister to one little sister and two younger brothers. Being a big sister was perfect for Riley. Her family said that she was a real beacon of light to them and to the world. She was loving, helpful, caring and kind. When Riley hit her teenage years, her family described her as being intelligent and as dramatic as teenage girls come. I think they meant that in a loving way though. That is the reality of being a teenager. Her parents did split up and this gave Riley two new families, one in Martinsburg and one in Berkeley Springs. Mother Chantel paired up with boyfriend Andy McCauley and they lived together. Father Lance found love once more as well with Jessica Bishop. By 2019, Riley was now 15 years old and was beginning to transition into the adult world, although she was still very much a fun-loving teenager. She began to date her schoolmate named Hayden. Although a teenage romance, Hayden did seem to genuinely cherish Riley. Riley's parents actually supported the relationship. They could see that Riley was happy with him and they believed she had found a good young man. As her parents were now separated, she did see both parents regularly, but she spent most time at her mum's. This meant that she went to school there and built a bit more of a life for herself in that home. Whilst she spent time with both of her parents, she mostly stayed at her mother's place and went to school there too. Other than the previously mentioned normal teenage drama, things were looking good and were only looking to get better. On the 7th of May 2019, Riley had been at school all day. She then returned home at around 3:30 p.m. As she came in through the door, she saw her mother sleeping on the couch. Mother Chantel was a hard-working woman. She normally worked 2 jobs to keep the family afloat and the house in order. However, on this day, Chantel was feeling under the weather. She left her first job early so that she could try to recover before starting her night job. After resting up as best as she could, she got herself together and once more went to work. Once Chantel had left the house, Riley spent a few hours with her grandmother. As time drew on, they separated ways and Riley went up to her bedroom. Mother Chantel got back from her second job at about 10 p.m. She saw that daughter Riley's door was shut. This wasn't particularly unusual. She could have been busy or maybe she had just crashed out early that night. Chantel then decided to go to bed herself and try to recover from her illness. The house fell into silence. The next morning, now the 8th of May, Mother Chantel was once more getting ready for work. She noticed that Riley's bedroom door was still closed. This was kind of unusual, but not too disturbing. She decided to just go and check on her daughter. But Riley wasn't there. She checked the rest of the house. Still no Riley. Riley was known to sometimes leave the house early to go to school. Arriving early meant that she could spend some more time with her friends. And more importantly, it meant that she could see her boyfriend, Hayden. Hayden was actually due to go on a field trip that day. So to Chantel, it all kind of added up. Her daughter had gone to spend time with her boyfriend whilst she could. The entire school day passed without anything new coming to light. But then the time came when Riley should have arrived home. As 3:30 p.m. passed, Riley's grandmother noticed that she hadn't yet made it home. This was concerning enough for her to call Chantel. Mother Chantel was concerned and went about tracking Riley down herself. She tried contacting her daughter by text message, but they weren't going through. She tried to call her, but those calls went straight to voicemail. Concern was growing by the second. She contacted the school to see if Riley was still there or if they knew anything else. However, in a moment that must have made her blood run cold, she was informed that Riley never even made it to school that day. Chantel sprang into action and drove directly to the school. Her last port of call was her daughter's boyfriend, Hayden. She waited in the school parking lot for him to get back from the field trip. And when he arrived, Chantel hoped that he would be able to shed some light on where Riley was. But she was sorely disappointed. Hayden had gone the entire day without seeing or even hearing from his beloved girlfriend. Far from finding out where Riley was, Chantel now almost knew even less than she did before. There was no other place to turn other than to the police. She called the police and reported Riley as officially missing. The police force, Riley's family and volunteers from the community all sprang into action. No stone was left unturned in the local area. Time was of the essence to bring Riley home. The school and surrounding areas were intensely searched. The search team combed the neighborhoods and parks tirelessly, but Riley just seemed to have vanished. There were theories that perhaps she had run away from home. However, we are talking about a 15-year-old here. Riley couldn't drive, she didn't have the finances, and it didn't seem like she had the motive to do so either. She was, to all intents and purposes, happy. Things were going well, and it didn't seem realistic that she would leave her mother, father, grandmother, siblings, friends, or Hayden. Perhaps something more sinister was at play. Police looked at the last time that Riley was confirmed to be okay. Riley's grandmother saw and spoke with her on the night of the 7th, and after that, there was only contact made via her cell phone. Riley spoke to her friends and Hayden until around midnight. So we can deduce that when Mother Chantel got home at 10:30 p.m. that night, Riley was in her room and on her phone. But then after that, there was one more sign from Riley. Strangely, at 5:30 a.m., Riley called Hayden. However, understandably, Hayden was asleep and the call went unanswered. Since that call, nobody had heard from or seen Riley Crossman. Police descended on the Crossman home, hoping to shed more light on what could have happened.
You mind if we take a look in her bedroom? Yes. This is her straight back?
Yes, sir. One mirror we have like this, so I came in yesterday morning, and I don't remember that being there. I feel like I would have noticed her boat bag still being here, and especially her glasses, because this is not exactly the way it was. I've been in here digging and looking to see if there was a note.
The last time you saw her?
Like 9, maybe 10ish.
At night?
Yeah.
And what context was that?
Oh, she was here in the house. She went to bed probably, well, I don't know what time she went to bed, but all the kids were in the room by like 9:30.
Did you see her leave in the morning?
No, I got up 4 o'clock in the morning, left 5.
Okay.
Go to work.
Police searched the home, much of which was pretty unremarkable. There were no obvious signs that this was a crime scene. Upon entering her room, however, something was obviously not right, furthering the theory that Riley had not run away on her own accord. On her bedside sat her wallet and her glasses. Why would she run away without these essentials? It just didn't make sense. But much darker was reddy brown stains on Riley's bedsheets and pillows. The pillow was tested and it revealed it contained saliva mixed with blood. DNA testing revealed that it belonged to Riley. Police now strongly believed that Riley had been abducted, and everyone hoped that she was still alive. The search for Riley went on, and the search for her abductor began. On May the 16th, 2019, 9 days after Riley was last seen, an update finally came their way. Police received calls of a disturbing scene unfolding near Tuscarora Pike in Berkeley County. A body inside a trash bag was found in a state of decomposition. The clothing pointed towards it being Riley, and Mother Chantel confirmed the clothes were indeed her daughter's. After an autopsy, the worst was confirmed. This was Riley Crossman. However, due to the state that the body was discovered in, police were unable to determine how Riley had met her end, nor could they determine if she had been violated. The fact that Riley was found in a trash bag was just one marker of the crime. She was covered with drywall joiner or some similar white chalky substance. She was wearing just one untied shoe. The other was not at the scene. She wore shorts that were unzipped and unbuttoned. There was the notable absence of a bra, and her underwear was ripped. Everything here pointed towards murder. The hunt for Riley's killer was on. Devastation ripped through the family and the community. Everyone was on edge. Who did this, and would they do it again? Police spoke once more with Riley's parents and other family members. Even if they weren't guilty themselves, they may have had some much needed information. Everyone they interviewed had watertight alibis, with one exception. In their investigation, police spoke to one neighbour that had some interesting new information. A green truck was seen on the driveway of the Crossman house on the very day that Riley vanished. This truck wasn't known to the neighbour. She knew that Mother Chantel was at her night job, and Chantel's boyfriend Andy didn't drive. So the driver of the truck was a mystery. If they knew who drove it, they may have the killer. Back on that day that Riley went missing, Chantel had noticed something a little strange. When she told her boyfriend Andy that Riley seemed to have gone missing, she said he acted strangely. He didn't seem overly concerned. He instead seemed jittery, nervous. He went into a kind of panic mode, but not a helpful one. She saw him quickly entering the house and grabbing some items. He then left, claiming he was going to look for Riley, just as Chantel was. And later that night, when Chantel finally made it home after searching for her daughter, she saw Andy pretending to be asleep on the couch. Had he even looked at all? Something felt off. The police spoke with Andy once more. He had some new questions to answer. Andy was taken in for questioning and was asked about where he was on May the 8th. Andy told them that he was at his job, just as he should be. But his workmates told a different story. They said that he left for 4 to 5 hours in the day, highly suspicious. Andy then took this as a chance to change his story.
When was the last time you saw her? 9:30ish. 9:30 at night, Tuesday. Did you see Riley go upstairs at 9:30?
Yeah, she went upstairs at 9:30.
We're here to talk about Riley. And I don't know what they've told you, but I'll reiterate that. I don't care about your drug source. I don't care about what kind of drugs you're using. Okay, we care about Riley.
Yeah.
Okay, so where'd you get him from?
I can't tell you how I got him from.
Do you want to cooperate with us and find Riley?
Yes.
Who did you get the drugs from? You understand what I'm telling you? I don't care about the drugs. I do not care about the drugs. He does not care about the drugs.
I'm not trying
We
to
need honesty.
drug charge.
Okay, we need honesty. Who did you buy the drugs from? What's more important, a drug dealer or Riley? Who did you get the drugs from?
Okay, is that how it went down that day? Is that how it happened? Wednesday?
Yeah. Okay. This is one of these times you need to really sit down and think about what you're going to say. So you want to rethink what you just told me. One thing I'm going to not do to you is lie to you. I promise you that. I will never lie to you. I'm not going to make up. Okay? Don't do that to me.
I'm not trying to.
Okay. You're not trying to. Let's try this again. Let's go back. I know it's been a couple days. I know a lot has happened. Okay, I get that. I understand that.
He now said that yes, he had left his job, and he did so to go and buy illicit substances from a dealer. And one workmate said that his excuse for leaving was actually to go and meet a girl. His story was in tatters and couldn't stand up to the most gentle probing.
Is there a reason in your mind fact that you would think that she would tell her boyfriend that she's afraid of you?
No,
Something going on that night and you don't get into any sort of argument?
nothing.
She FaceTimes her boyfriend all the time. You realize that, right?
Yeah.
What if I told you her last text to her boyfriend? We're saying don't talk because she still has the FaceTime one. Andy's in here. I'm afraid.
That's what it said.
What if I told you that?
Honestly, that's crazy.
100%.
Honestly, that's crazy.
She lives in the same house you're in.
Yes.
Okay. Besides her boyfriend and mom and her brothers, you probably have the most access to it, right?
I guess, if that's what you want to say.
Well, I mean, it's true, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, okay, yeah.
The floodgates now opened and a wave of evidence came to light. The green truck that the neighbours saw pull up to the house was identified. It belonged to Andy's workmate. The truck was subsequently searched and revealed some damning finds. The chalky white filler substance that was found on Riley's body was also found in the truck, along with some sheet metal screws. 2 of this exact type of screw were also found at the scene that Riley was discovered at. Specialist cadaver dogs also matched the scent from the scene to the truck. CCTV from around the time that Riley went missing also didn't help Andy's case at all. Andy was seen driving the green truck to locations near the crime scene. There was no evidence of him meeting the dealer, as he said. When the locations revealed on the CCTV were cross-referenced with Andy's cell phone location, this just opened up another can of worms. His phone records revealed that he had been contacting workmates to try and secure somewhere to stay. Weirdly, one colleague that he tried it on with didn't even really get along with him, so this presented as odd and desperate. Andy just seemed to desperately want to distance himself from the Crossman household. The picture being painted was extremely dark. In September 2021, over 2 years since Riley's passing, the case went to trial. Andy was on the hook for first-degree murder, concealment of a body, and crimes against a minor. The prosecution got to work. Along with 239 pieces of evidence and 25 people willing to testify against Andy, this is what they believe happened. On Riley's final night, she was messaging boyfriend Hayden. Hayden recounted how Riley was saying that Andy was in the house. He seemed to be high on illicit substances, and he was going in and out of Riley's room. She said that she was scared of him. The prosecution claimed due to his illicit substance usage, his judgment was impaired. He then attempted to violate Riley, smothering her with a pillow as he did so, until she was no longer breathing. After some weak defense and a plea for a 15-year sentence, Andy was found guilty on all charges and was handed down 2 life sentences, with no chance of parole.
Police emergency.
My dog's been kidnapped. Sal, can you speak to somebody? She's gone off in a car with somebody. Somebody picked her up in a car or something.
Okay, what's the name of the child that's gone missing?
April Jones.
How old is she?
5.
April Jones was born on April 4th, 2007 in Machynlleth, Wales. She came into the world 7 weeks premature. She started her life in intensive care due to a fit that left her with cerebral palsy on the left side. However, she thankfully pulled through. She lived with her parents, Paul and Coral, as well as her older siblings Jasmine and Harley in a small but comfortable home. April's family described her as outgoing and determined to achieve big dreams. This was despite her condition. Machynlleth is a close-knit community. Parents felt it was safe for their children to play on their own without supervision, but little did they all know their sense of safety was about to be shattered. On the evening of Monday, October 1st, 2012, the Jones family had a routine trip to their local leisure centre. It was swimming lesson day for 5-year-old April. After the lessons, April and her friend returned to their house where their father, Paul, whipped up dinner for the 2 little girls. The laughter filled the air as they played on their bikes in the fading daylight. As evening set in, Paul and Coral sent April's older brother Harley to pick her up as it was time for her to come home. However, when Harley returned a few minutes later, his screams cut through the calm evening. He cried that someone had taken April. She had climbed into a van. And then she was gone. The family immediately called the police for help. In mere minutes, the police arrived at the residence. They launched a desperate effort to find the little girl. Meanwhile, April's mother reached out to relatives and friends delivering the bad news. Among those she contacted was April's older sister, Jasmine. She was at the local youth club at the time. The moment Jasmine heard of her sister's abduction, she sprinted through the streets, coming home to a scene of utter chaos. The entire community had rallied round to help the police in search for April. With torches in hand, they scoured the pitch-black October night. They knocked on doors, peered into garages, and explored every street and alleyway. In an effort to spread the news to more people, April's disappearance was shared all over social media. This created widespread awareness and it urged people to be on the lookout. Search parties quickly formed and concerned citizens began scouring local forests. They were all driven by a deep-seated sense of community and worry for the 5-year-old girl. The efforts were magnified by the cold, darkness and heavy rain that gripped the area, conditions that no one, let alone a young child, should have to endure. As the hours passed and the search pushed into the early hours of the following morning, the police had no choice but to order the volunteers to stop their efforts due to the harsh conditions and unsafe weather. But the volunteers refused to stop. They were determined to bring April home. Looking back on that harrowing night, April's mother Coral would later recall with a heavy heart, saying, "There is great pride in how many people helped us to look for April." As the search for April continued, the police turned to the 7-year-old friend who April had been playing with, a girl who had witnessed the abduction. The young witness recounted that April had willingly entered the car, but that she had gotten into the wrong side, and this struck the police as an important clue. The abductor's car must have been a left-hand drive. When this new information was shared with April's parents, they immediately had a person in mind. In this small community, left-hand drive cars were exceptionally rare. It didn't take long for the locals as well as the parents to focus their suspicions on one man, Mark Bridger. He was a 46-year-old resident of the town, known for his border collie dog. Bridger had been a part of the community for years. He had 6 children with 4 different women, though none of his children actually lived with him. However, a few of his children attended the same primary school as April Jones. This could be a further connection. It was revealed that Bridger had a troubling history. He had a string of convictions for minor offences dating back to the mid-1980s. At the age of 19, he was convicted of firearms offences and theft. He had moved to Wales in the 1980s and got additional convictions for criminal damage, affray, and for driving without insurance in 1991. The following year, he faced another conviction for driving while disqualified and for driving without insurance once again. In 2004, he was convicted of battery and threatening behaviour, and in 2007 he received his 5th conviction, this time for assault. Bridger appeared to be a highly inconsistent man, struggling to maintain steady employment for long periods, and facing a long history of failed relationships. He had a broad range of jobs such as stints as an abattoir worker, a hotel porter, a fireman, lifeguard, mechanic and welder, but none of these seemed to work out for him in the long run. The day before April's disappearance, his current girlfriend had ended their relationship, possibly due to his ongoing struggle with alcoholism. The police also identified the vehicle that he drove, a left-handed Land Rover. Listing Mark as a person of interest, the police began watching him closely. On the morning of October 2nd, 2012, just the day after April's abduction, a police helicopter spotted Mark walking his dog. What struck the authorities as interesting was his unusual behaviour. He never once glanced up at the helicopter. an instinctive response when an aircraft is in the sky above you. I don't know about you, but I can't help but look. This suggested he was aware of the possibility of being watched, but he was trying to play it too cool, and he might have had something to hide. Police officers were dispatched to his residence to see whether April might be held there. Upon entering Mark's home, they were met with strange conditions. The interior was uncomfortably warm. A blazing fire roared in the fireplace. This was even though Mark wasn't there. A strong odour of bleach hung in the air. It was impossible to overlook the fact that the house had been heavily cleaned, and this was done just moments before their arrival. The mounting evidence, Mark's suspicious behaviour, and his ownership of the left-handed vehicle led to his arrest on October 2nd, 2012 on suspicion of abduction. The moment he was caught, he said, "I know what this is about." During police questioning, Bridger admitted his involvement in April's disappearance, but his account of events were quite different from the eyewitness testimony of April's 7-year-old friend. Bridger claimed that he accidentally hit April with his car.
All of the evidence suggests that you have abducted April.
It happened exactly the way I'm telling you. I did not abduct April. I don't know where she is. Yesterday, I came down to see my daughter's teacher. She had a parents' evening. And I then parked up opposite my girlfriend's house, which I believe is not far away from April's mother and father's house. Stupid. I'd had a few to drink, and there was 2 girls on their bikes. I remember the dark-headed girl came behind the car. I looked to see where the other girl was, and I couldn't see this other little girl. And the next minute, the bike was there. I'd started the car up. As I went to pull away, the car, there wasn't a thud. I can't understand. The car rose up. As I opened the car, I walked round. And underneath the front of the car is now, I know to be April. She was only little. So I picked her up and I put her across my seat and put her in what is the offside seat, the passenger seat. Tried to take her pulse. And there was nothing. I put my mouth over her mouth and went to blow, put my hand back on the chest. And that's when I realised one side of her chest wasn't there. I'd obviously crushed her little body. So I then drove out of Brinnegorg. I remember driving down the back road. My intention was to get her medical help. I ended up at the monument in Mac.
So what have you done there then, Mark?
I've then gone down by the railway station. I've turned round, I'm at the clock. And I remember her still being in the car. And that's when I realised
It's okay, Mark.
the colour had gone out of her.
Okay,
Her
right.
lips were purple. Hall and Coral are friends of mine. And I've killed their daughter.
So when you've got to the monument,
Yes.
is she in the car?
I'm trying to jog my memory to know what I've done.
Okay, it's okay, Mark.
The next minute, and I'm in my house, and she's not there. Been upstairs, and I can't find her. I wouldn't have ditched her. I know that. I wouldn't have. I'd have put her somewhere, but I can't remember what I've done.
We need to find her.
I don't know where I've put her.
I'm going to stop the tape now. It's 18:45. Okay.
Which led him to pick her up and put her in a car because her injuries were too severe. He claimed that he had attempted CPR but soon realised it was too late to save her life. This version of events, however, was in direct contradiction to the young friend's statement. She had told the police that April willingly got into the car with no mention of an accident.
And you tell me that when you get out of your vehicle, that you look underneath the vehicle and you see April.
Yes.
We have a witness that was present This person says April got into the Land Rover via the driver's door, which on a normal car would be the right-hand side, but that's really the passenger side door on your car.
That is complete fabrication and lies. It can't have happened.
Mark, is it a case that what you're telling us didn't quite happen?
It happened exactly the way I'm telling you. That person is lying. I did not abduct April. I'd like you to go away and do the tests on the car.
You mentioned earlier about hiding her from the rain.
I wouldn't have buried her. I would have covered her or put her somewhere under shelter.
Are there locations that are personal and private to you that you would have laid April?
There's a cycle track just above my house, but I most certainly don't recollect being up there.
The time by my watch is 2200 hours. This is going to be the final interview for tonight.
Yes.
It's been a tough day. Okay.
Obviously, she hasn't been found yet.
No, she hasn't been found. We need to bring her home.
I know. If I really honestly knew where she was, I would tell you.
We've only got your version of events. We've only got your word to say that you run her over and that you've killed her.
I can promise you that she's not alive. I can't change my story. It's what happened that night.
Mark, we don't want her to suffer anymore.
Following Mark Bridges' confession, the police pressed him for information on the whereabouts of April's body. He claimed that on the day of her disappearance, he had been drinking heavily and he was too intoxicated to remember where he had placed her. He insisted that he had acted in a panicked, drunken state when he had disposed of her body. While the police had their doubts about Bridges' account, he had no apparent motive to lie about April being deceased. They passed on this horrifying information to the family. This left them in a state of shock and sorrow. Despite their pain, they desperately wanted to discover the truth about what had happened to their April. With this, the police initiated a search for April's body. Specially trained cadaver dogs were deployed to comb through ditches, rivers and forests, all while Mark Bridger remained in custody. Meanwhile, forensic examinations were carried out in Bridger's cottage home. The examination revealed evidence of a clean-up, particularly in the bathroom area. On October 5, 2012, the police officially reclassified the case as a murder inquiry. They now had reason to believe that April Jones was no longer alive. You may remember I mentioned earlier that upon entry into Mark's house, the police had noticed the unusual warmth caused by the fire. This prompted a closer examination of the fireplace, and there, bone fragments were discovered. These fragments were put under forensic scrutiny. They were later confirmed to be human. The police began to piece together a theory. Mark had taken April's life and disposed of her body by burning it in his own fireplace. After incinerating her remains, he had scattered the ashes and bone fragments across various locations in the town. These included rivers, ditches, and forest areas. As forensic investigators continued to search the cottage, they made another discovery. Due to their minuscule size, these particles couldn't be definitively linked to another person. However, a substantial amount of blood was found near the fireplace, suggesting that April had suffered great harm within that cottage. To gather more evidence, all of Mark's possessions, including his phone and laptop, were seized for examination. It was during the scrutiny of his laptop that the police had stumbled upon a discovery and a motive that they had dreaded. On the day of April's disappearance, he had been sending messages to multiple unknown women online, inviting them for drinks. In the hours leading up to the abduction, Bridger had been viewing indecent images of minors, watching violent, explicit videos, and even looking at explicit cartoons depicting children. He had also saved pictures of April and her older sister Jasmine on his laptop. This was so he could view them whenever he wanted. The revelation of Mark's secrets discredited his first accounts of an accident. This pretty much proved it to be one major lie. It strongly suggested that his motive for April's murder was likely carnal in nature. On October the 6th, Mark Bridger was officially charged with child abduction, with murder, and attempting to pervert the course of justice. He made an appearance before magistrates in Aberystwyth on October the 8th. There he faced the additional charge of the unlawful concealment and disposal of a body. He was put into custody and held at HMP Manchester, pending an appearance at court which took place on October the 10th. As the case unfolded, it was revealed that 2 years before April's murder, Mark Bridger had attempted to contact April's older sister Jasmine when she was just 14 years old through Facebook. Not recognizing him, Jasmine asked why he was trying to message her. Bridger replied, "I am friends with your dad, Paul." Puzzled by this response, Jasmine asked her father about this man who claimed to be his friend. Paul, her father, was equally surprised. Up to that point, his interactions with Bridger had been limited to occasional greetings when they passed each other in the street, and to his recollection, nothing more. Despite the mounting evidence against him, Mark Bridger clung to his story that April's death had been an accident. However, the police had now gathered enough evidence to lock him up for the abduction and murder of April Jones. The trial began on April 29, 2013. Mark Bridger pleaded not guilty. He took the stand maintaining his version of events as an accident. The jury was presented with tons of evidence against him, including blood evidence, bone fragments, and his fixation on inappropriate content involving minors. During the trial, Bridger attempted to convince the jury that he had those indecent images on his laptop because he was trying to educate his own children about the different stages of growth and development. He claimed he genuinely believed that viewing violent, explicit content was a way to teach his children about their teenage years. On May 13, 2013, Mark Bridger, at the age of 46, was found guilty of the abduction and murder of April Jones. He was also convicted of attempting to pervert the course of justice, of disposing of and concealing April's body. Mark Bridger received a life sentence in prison with a recommendation that he should never be released. To this day, he has never admitted his guilt or provided details of what transpired on that day. This leaves April's family with unanswered questions and the pain of never truly knowing the full extent of the circumstances surrounding April's death. On September 26, 2013, just 5 days before the first anniversary of April's death, her funeral was finally held. Hundreds of people gathered to support the grieving family and to pay their respects. In November 2013, Mark Bridger's cottage was purchased by the Welsh government. It was then subsequently demolished. The removal of this painful reminder brought a sense of relief to April's family, making sure that they wouldn't be constantly confronted with the place where April had met her end, having to see it on a daily basis. Brembate de Sopra is a small and picturesque town. It is 4 miles northwest of the city of Bergamo in northern Italy. With just 8,000 residents, it is a humble town, with homes still using wood-burning stoves, raising chickens, and growing their own vegetables. Among this rural community lived the Gambarazio family. Fulvio, an architect, and his wife Mara, a teacher, had lived there all of their lives. Their families had been in the area for generations. Fulvio and Mara had 4 children. The eldest was daughter Kiba, aged 15, Yara, who was 13, and then 2 younger sons, Nighton and Jia Lee. Yara was passionate about gymnastics, she enjoyed school, and she loved being with her siblings. Now a teenage girl, she was known for her dark curly hair. She always wore it free and wild, unless that is, she was at gymnastics. At gymnastics, Yara was a different person. She was poised, composed, and measured. This was far from the happy, carefree soul that she was day to day. But she loved her sport, and she had hopes and dreams of being the very best. At 13 years old, she had all of the time in the world to make those dreams a reality. On Friday the 26th of November 2010, it was just another Friday in the small town. Yara was gearing up for a gymnastics competition that weekend. She'd been practicing her routine almost endlessly. To do this, she had borrowed her instructor, Sylvia's stereo to use at home. She knew that she needed to return it before the weekend, and at 5:15 p.m. on Friday, she left her home for the sports centre to go and meet Sylvia. At this time, the weather was cold and there was snow in the air. The sports centre was just 700 metres from Yara's house. This was a route that Yara had walked alone hundreds of times. It took only 10 minutes at the very maximum. The sports centre was a large building, very much like a school. It had a big gate, multiple entrances, tennis courts, a running track and a swimming pool. Once there, Yara returned the stereo to Sylvia and then caught up with a few of her friends before doing a training session. It was the big competition that weekend after all. An extra half an hour of practice could make all the difference. She finished up and left the sports centre building at around 6:45 p.m. Shortly after, she sent a text message to her friend Martina, arranging to meet on Sunday at 8 a.m. Mother Mara didn't expect her to be gone for very long, so waiting at home, she kept a close eye on the clock. By 7 p.m, she had grown worried. The need to get Yara home safe and warm was made more immediate. The snow outside was getting heavier, the conditions growing more extreme by the minute. And besides the weather, Yara definitely should have been home by now. At 7:11 p.m, the mother phoned Yara's phone. However, the call went straight to voicemail. After checking the sports centre to no avail, 20 minutes later, Yara's father made the decision to call the police. The call was put through to the public prosecutor's office in Bergamo. There, the prosecutor on duty was Letitia Ruggieri. She was a tough former policewoman who had earned respect within the force. She worked against the Sicilian mafia in Sicily in southern Italy. She also didn't waste any time, and within 5 minutes of receiving the call, she had dispatched both state police officers and the Carabinieri military police to the village. The family was understandably already fraught with worry. People came out of their houses to help search for Yara. The fire department walked the banks of the river. Police and volunteers searched the nearby fields, abandoned buildings, and asked passers-by if they'd seen any sign of Yara. The sports centre too was searched inside and out. Dogs were used to track the path where Yara had walked. However, these dogs didn't follow the path back to Yara's home. Instead, they trailed off towards Mapello. This was a small hamlet 3 kilometers in the opposite direction. By this time, the team had been able to analyze the last signals from Yara's mobile phone. Her phone had shown a signal in Mapello at 6:49 p.m, back on the evening of her disappearance. This was 5 minutes after Yara had sent a text message to her friend Martina. This means Yara, or at least her phone, must have travelled by car to where it was last pinged in Mapello. Yara obviously couldn't drive, so who was she with? Had she simply taken a taxi ride? Had she maybe run away with a friend? Or, the most sinister option, had Yara been kidnapped, taken against her will? Surveillance video footage was released. It showed a vehicle driving past the sports centre. It was a small white utility vehicle with an open back. We call them flatbeds in the UK. This vehicle was captured driving past around the time of Yara's disappearance. The same vehicle was also shown to pass several more times on other days leading up to Yara going missing. Frustratingly, no registration plate was able to be identified on the footage, so instead police released images of the vehicle itself, all in the hope that either the owner would come forward or someone else who recognized the vehicle would come forward instead. However, no one did, and the case went cold over Christmas. This investigation was at a dead end. On the 25th of February 2011, 3 months after Yara went missing, investigators finally had a breakthrough. A local man had recently bought a remote-controlled aeroplane. He was still learning how to fly it, so he found an open field in a small town around 6 miles from where Yara was last seen. This was somewhere where the man felt he could fly his plane freely. This area is surrounded by industrial estates, spare lots and fields. As he flew the remote-controlled aircraft, he discovered that it wasn't quite working properly, so he landed it amongst some tall grass. As he walked over to pick it up, he saw what he thought were some rags and rubbish on the ground. However, as he got closer, he was met with a harrowing sight. He saw shoes, girls' shoes, and a body. It was frozen and partly degraded. This was sadly the body of Yara Gambarazio. Now I know what you're probably thinking. How did it take 3 months to find Yara's body? She was found just 10 kilometers from her home, and this field had already been searched in the days after Yara's disappearance. So things didn't quite add up. The police speculated that the killer dumped her body after watching them search the area. Still nearby to the body, they found Yara's iPod and house keys. They found the SIM card and battery for her LG phone, but the phone itself was missing. The autopsy found she had suffered a head injury, possibly inflicted with a rock, and several blows to the body. She had also been jabbed at with a sharp implement numerous times, but it was determined that she didn't actually pass from these lacerations, nor from the loss of vital fluids. Yara had instead died from exposure to cold weather after she lost consciousness. There were also traces of lime in Yara's respiratory tract, and the presence of a vegetable fibre used to make rope on Yara's clothing. The killer may have worked in the building trade, and this wasn't all the killer left behind. Male DNA was found in Yara's underwear. I know what you're probably imagining this DNA sample was. However, from the available information, it was in fact the male's blood. This led police to the theory that it was likely that the attacker had attempted to violate Yara. However, the strong gymnast put up a good fight, or possibly his intentions were interrupted in some other way. Regardless, the police had something solid to go on. The killer was given a nickname, Unknown One. They now had their man, but they still had to find him. The search for Unknown One included a secret team of 8 special agents. They asked for volunteers to submit DNA samples to help catch Yara's killer. Classmates, families of classmates, friends and members of the community all came forward. A staggering 22,000 people from the area volunteered their DNA. DNA matching was slow work. It took different geneticists in Parma, Pavia and Rome a minimum of 6 hours to transform just a few samples of DNA into something which could be read and compared. The cost of materials and manpower made this investigation one of the most expensive manhunts in Italian history. Investigators eventually made a breakthrough. They found one person who volunteered their DNA closely resembled the prime suspect, Unknown One. He was a 20-year-old man named Damiano Quarioni. Damiano was quickly excluded as a suspect. He had been in South America when Yara disappeared, and his DNA wasn't an exact match. However, it was clear that he was a close blood relative of Unknown One. Brigeri and her team were ecstatic, feeling that it would only be a matter of days before they would have the murderer behind bars. The team tracked down Damiano's family and found out that his mother, Aurora, had worked for Yara's family for 10 years as a housemaid. Aurora lived nearby and had been at Yara's house twice a week since she was a baby. In fact, Aurora and Yara were very close, and Yara always asked her for advice on her gymnastics routines. Aurora, who was very protective of Yara, was forever telling her to be careful. When investigators questioned her, she said it was the worst thing that had ever happened to her. She said she was completely distraught, but she also said that she wasn't responsible. Aurora was subsequently cleared and the team turned their focuses to Damiano's father. He had a brother, Giuseppe Quariano, who had died in 1999. The team contacted his widow, Laura. He found an envelope with a stamp on it in a box of documents that had belonged to her husband. Giuseppe had been the one to lick this stamp, which left his DNA behind. They were able to confirm it was Giuseppe who had licked the stamps, and his DNA sequence was an even closer match to Unknown One than Damiano's was. Giuseppe was the father of Unknown One. The team started to build a picture of Giuseppe and his family. Giuseppe and Laura had 3 children, a daughter and 2 sons. DNA checks showed that neither son was Unknown One, so that left only one possibility. Somewhere out there was the illegitimate son of Giuseppe. Police were near to making a complete U-turn in their investigation. Instead of searching for a man, they were searching for a woman. The killer's mother, a woman possibly in her 60s, who had an affair with Giuseppe decades earlier. She then got pregnant and went on to have Giuseppe's son, who then went on to kill Yara. There were 532 women listed as possibly being the mother of Unknown One. The team began the task of tracking down each one of these women. As police conducted their own hunt for the mother of Unknown One, the villages surrounding Bergamo were searched. Conversations and whispers led police from one house to the next. One by one, they spoke to each woman on their list of over 500. By this stage, it was June of 2014. This was 3.5 years since Yara had first disappeared. The chance of this killer still being in the hilltop villages of Lombardy seemed unlikely. However, police were persistent, and one day they finally got a name. It was finally given reluctantly in a whisper: Esther Azul. In the late 1960s, Esther had been Giuseppe's neighbour. She married a man named Giovanni Bassetti from a nearby village. Esther and Giovanni lived in Brembate di Sopra, the small village Yara had lived in and disappeared from. Esther denied ever having an affair with Giuseppe, but the police knew that her sons were born in the right period of time, meaning that she was probably lying. One son was quickly ruled out, but the other, Massimo Passetti, was a 42-year-old married father of 3, and he lived in Mapello, the very place where the last signal from Yara's phone had pinged. He was a bricklayer nicknamed the Animal by his friends. When he was younger, he was known to love partying. He was short and thin with piercing blue eyes and a peroxide pencil goatee. Within a few days, the investigators decided the best approach would be to set up a roadblock near his house for random breath testing. This way, they could collect his DNA without him suspecting anything. Massimo was driving home with his wife and 3 children when he was stopped by police. The officer knew exactly what he was doing. He pretended the first breath test didn't work, and so he performed a second one. The officers now had 2 sets of Massimo's DNA, and Massimo had no idea this seemingly innocent random breath test was actually a test to confirm if he had murdered Yara. The following day, on the 16th of June 2014, Ruggeri received the call she had been waiting for. Massimo Passetti was Unknown One. On the 16th of June 2014, the very same day, Massimo was arrested whilst working on a local construction site. He had no prior criminal record. He denied any involvement in the crime, and he said that he was altogether innocent. The last piece of the puzzle fell into place when the investigators matched Massimo's vehicle to the small white utility vehicle that had been spotted on CCTV all those years earlier. Massimo argued that he just happened to drive by the sports centre on his way home from work that day. However, police were able to confirm that he didn't work that day at all. Investigators used telephone records, surveillance video, along with testimony from colleagues to prove he was lying. They finally had their man. The trial commenced on Friday the 3rd of June 2015. Massimo had not moved from his claims of innocence. People were surprised that, facing such clear DNA evidence against him, he still claimed that he was not the guilty party. His wife testified he was home having dinner with her and their kids at the time of the murder. The trial would include 60,000 pages of records of inquiries, and 120 witnesses were called to testify for the prosecution. Massimo's defense said that they had 711 witnesses, as well as about 50 experts and consultants. However, the court made them cut this down to a total of 160 people. Sylvia Brenner, who was Yara's gym instructor that lent her the stereo, faced scrutiny at the trial when she became a focus of Massimo's defense team. On the night of Yara's disappearance, Sylvia's father confirmed that Sylvia had cried all night with no explanation. She also could not explain why she and her brother had sent text messages to each other at the time of Yara's disappearance, messages which they almost immediately deleted. But strangely, they hadn't deleted any other of their messages. A bombshell was then dropped in the courtroom, something that had never come out before the trial. This was the very reason why Sylvia became the defense team's hot ticket. The forensics lab noticed what they called dark halos, indicating the presence of blood on the sleeve cuffs of Yara's jacket. And when testing the stain, they discovered the DNA belonged to Sylvia. It was confirmed that there was no way for this DNA to have been left as contact DNA. And after 3 months in the element, it had to have been a significant fluid, such as blood. Sylvia was criticised for answering "I don't know" to at least 10 questions on the witness stand. This included how her DNA got onto Yara's sleeve cuff. Ruggieri and her team examined Massimo's computer after his arrest, and what they found painted a harrowing picture of a man who was interested in young girls. Massimo also regularly hung out around Yara's home, as well as a sports centre where Yara trained. He was seen on security footage circling the gym on different days. He would park nearby on some occasions. His phone was also found to have been in the area many times in the lead up to Yara's disappearance. It was even nearby on the afternoon that she disappeared. Massimo had switched his phone off at 5:45 PM the day that Yara vanished, and he did not switch it back on until 7:30 AM the following morning. A local woman testified that at around 7 PM on the day Yara disappeared, she was taking out the garbage at her home. Whilst outside, she saw a vehicle matching Massimo's pass by at high speed. She said she saw a young person inside, but she was unsure if it was a boy or a girl. She said she heard screaming coming from the vehicle, and it was cut off mid-scream. She went to the police and gave them this information as soon as she heard of Yara's disappearance. On the 1st of July 2016, Massimo Passetti was found guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Yara. Although Sylvia's DNA being found on Yara's cuff was an explosive development, and something the defense relied upon heavily, Sylvia was never a suspect. She was investigated thoroughly and subsequently cleared. Massimo has tried to appeal his conviction multiple times since 2016, but each of them has been thrown out. Yara's killer will never see freedom again.
911, what's the location of the emergency?
My daughter is missing. She's gone. We can't find her anywhere. I've called all her friends.
How old is she?
11.
Okay, what's her name, ma'am?
Carly, C-A-R-L-I-E.
And last name?
Brucia, B-R-U-C-I-A.
Carly Brucia was born on the 16th of March 1992. She resided with her mother Susan and stepfather Steve in Sarasota, Florida. Even though the family was separated, Carly was very close to both her parents. She frequently visited her birth father in Long Island, New York. Carly, now in 6th grade, was a smart girl and always attended school. She achieved high grades and was even voted maths whiz in 5th grade. She was also a Girl Scout and sang in the chorus at school. As soon as Carly learnt to read and write, she began writing stories, sat at her desk, gifted to her by her father. Carly was also active and liked to skateboard when and where she could. Those who knew her said she was a friendly and considerate child. She was described as being joyful and always smiling by her family. Now 11 years old, on February the 1st, 2004, it was Super Bowl Sunday. Carly was still at her friend Danielle's house after a sleepover the night before. However, she wanted to go back to her mother's place before the game started. Carly decided to walk back home because it was only around a mile away, a distance that could be walked in around 20 minutes. As Carly left her friend Danielle's house at around 6 PM, Danielle's mother phoned Susan, Carly's mother, to let her know Carly was on her way. Susan, not really liking the idea of Carly walking home alone, asked stepfather Steve to drive the route that Carly was walking and pick her up to bring her home. As Steve drove, he was speaking with Susan on the phone the whole time, and what started off as a normal conversation soon escalated into a panic. Carly wasn't where she should have been. She was nowhere to be seen as he drove the route to Danielle's house. He returned home hoping that somehow he had just missed her. But when he got back, sadly she wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere to be found. Carly's mother dialed 911. Susan reported that Carly had gone missing.
911, what's the location of the emergency?
My daughter is missing.
What's your address, ma'am? And your phone number? Okay. Has she been missing before?
No, she had a fight with her girlfriend. She decided to walk home, and we've been driving around for about an hour and a half. And it's now an hour and a half walk. She's gone. We can't find her anywhere. I've called all her friends.
How old is she?
11.
And when was the last time that she was seen?
It was at 6 o'clock, Jean. Around 6 o'clock.
And she was at a friend's house?
Yeah.
Okay, what's her name, ma'am?
Carly, C-A-R-L-I-E.
And last name?
Brucia, B-R-U-C-I-A. She's just shy of 5 feet.
Okay. Do you know how much she weighs?
She's around 120 pounds.
Okay, what color hair does she have?
Dirty blonde.
And what color eyes?
Blue.
Police quickly showed up to the house to begin investigating. Other officers went to friend Danielle's house to gather more information. Police put out a BOLO, or a be on the lookout, for Carly. A BOLO is used to put officers on high alert for anyone matching the description given. However, things sadly weren't that simple. There was no sign of Carly that night at all, nor would her friends see her the following morning at school. The search for Carly was ramped up and police used scent dogs to begin their hunt. The dogs followed the scent taken from Carly's pillowcase to a car wash off Bee Ridge Road. The dogs had locked onto Carly's scent. She had been there. They took officers through the parking lot and to the back of the car wash. There, the scent trail went cold. Attending officers also discovered CCTV cameras during their search of the location. There were cameras facing the parking lot and the rear of the car wash. The cameras and the scent trail crossed paths. This would lead to the first major breakthrough in the case.
Car wash owner Mike Evanoff looks at tape from his surveillance cameras.
Just came in and saw her walking and him walking, and it just right away, right when I saw it, it just drew chills and shivers right in my body.
Police accessed the surveillance tapes and skipped back to around the time that Carly left her friend's house, 6 PM. The footage from the camera that covered the front parking lot didn't show anything of interest. The camera that covered the rear of the car wash was motion activated. At 6:21 PM, the camera started recording. This is that footage. Carly is seen strolling through the parking lot in her red t-shirt and jeans, when a stocky white male with dark hair and average height approaches her. After being grabbed, you can make out a look of concern on Carly's face. She knows this isn't right. Carly is led by the man out of the view of the camera. Police were dumbfounded by how brazen this abduction was, but they now had more to work with to bring Carly home. The people closest to Carly were questioned by the police. Cases like this can often be solved simply by investigating those that knew the victim. Steve, Carly's stepfather, was interrogated. However, the fact that he was on the phone with Susan the entire time he was out of the house, which was backed up by his phone records, meant that it couldn't have been him. He was cleared from the investigation. Steve gave the police the name Ron Shockitz as a possible suspect in his eyes. Ron was dating Danielle's mother and was at the house at the same time as Carly. In addition, Steve told police that while looking for Carly, he had noticed a red truck on Bee Ridge Road. Steve noticed what he believed to be the same truck parked up on Danielle's drive. That truck belonged to Ron. However, Ron claimed he was driving his truck on Bee Ridge Road searching for Carly when Steve saw it. But at the time Carly actually vanished, as proven by the CCTV, Ron was at work. An alibi that proved to be solid. He too was cleared from the investigation at this time. Detectives returned to the CCTV footage. The reality of digital forensics are a long way from what you see on CSI. Noise can be removed and the image can be slightly improved. You can zoom in on footage, but if the data isn't there, then enlarging it will just enlarge the pixels, not make it clearer. Whilst working on the footage, they noticed the man that was seen with Carly was wearing a jumpsuit that had a name tag on it. However, the tag couldn't be read even on the improved footage. However, a man wearing a jumpsuit with a name tag was still useful information. With the CCTV footage being widely shown to the public, a hotline was set up in the hope to identify the man. The line quickly amassed over 700 tips. However, it would be one call in particular that would crack this case wide open. On February the 3rd, a man phoned the line and believed he knew the man, and knew him well. He could tell it was him by the uniform, and by the way that he walked. He was his business partner, a man named Joseph Smith. Police looked into Joseph Smith's background and discovered that he had a long history of convictions running right back to 1993. They discovered he was 37 years old, he had 3 kids and worked as a mechanic, hence the jumpsuit. In an attempt to further link him to Carly's vanishing, Joseph's car was identified as a brown-coloured Lincoln. The CCTV footage was then combed for any sign of his car, but to no avail. Instead, they saw a light tan-coloured station wagon on the video at 6:18 PM, just 3 minutes before Carly was taken. The licence plate was frustratingly unreadable on the low-quality security footage. This could not be linked to Joseph. Joseph was still a person of interest, so police went to his home to question him. He said that he had nothing to do with Carly's disappearance and was watching the Super Bowl at home, something he claimed that his landlord, Mimi Pincus, could verify. When questioned on it, Mimi did indeed verify that Joseph was at home at that time. When police showed him the image of him from the CCTV footage, Joseph admitted that it did look like him, but that it actually wasn't. Also revealed at this time was that Joseph was currently on probation. After police searched his car, they found illicit substances. This violated his parole conditions. Joseph Smith was arrested. Around 7 o'clock that same day, a man entered the police station to speak with them. He was Joseph's other landlord and went by the name Jeff Pincus. Jeff owned a light-coloured Buick station wagon that he had lent to Joseph the day before Carly vanished. Jeff realised that Mimi had gotten her dates mixed up when she gave her alibi for Joseph. According to Jeff, Joseph left that day at 3 PM and didn't return the car until Monday morning. Jeff said that when Joseph returned the car, he could tell something strange had happened in there. All of the seats had been moved, with the back seats being down. Items that were in the car weren't where they normally would be. Jeff also said he saw the news reports about Carly's case, and he too identified Joseph as the man in the footage. This was enough for police to bring Joseph Smith in for an official interview.
I want to just talk. You and I had some things to talk about, okay? Because some of the things at the house, we got to get straight. That's the most important thing.
Okay.
In this room, is about the truth. Okay? It's the most important thing that goes on in this room.
I was already advised to talk to a lawyer.
Joseph didn't give anything to the police. Instead, he asked to speak to a lawyer. The interview was over as quickly as it began. With Joseph back in jail due to his probation violation, his only lifeline to the outside world was a jail phone. He used it to call his brother, John. John, knowing his brother well, offered to help authorities to drag a confession out of his brother. He believed he would never confess directly to the police. On this phone call, Joseph shockingly confessed to everything. Police now had all the information that they needed. Brother John also confirmed that the person seen on CCTV did appear to be Joseph Smith. The search for Carly was over. Police believe that this is what happened that day. Joseph took the tan-coloured Buick and went for a drive. He took a mixture of different illicit substances, at which point he saw Carly making her 20-minute walk home from the sleepover. He saw Carly as an opportunity to take what he wanted. He grabbed her by the arm and led her to the borrowed car. There she was struck multiple times. She was R-worded in what was described to his brother sickeningly as rough. He then ended her and disposed of her. She was found 2.8 miles from the car wash where she was last seen, in the woods off Proctor Road behind a church, lying face up, only semi-clothed with multiple markings. Joseph's DNA and hair fibres were also found on Carly. The case against him was undeniable. The case went to trial in 2005. John, Joseph's own brother, gave testimony against him, revealing the phone call and the fact that he recognised him from the CCTV footage.
The jury took 5 hours to pour over the evidence. The surveillance video, the letter that Smith sent to his brother, and the recorded conversations between Smith and his mother where he admitted her.
Joe, the best thing that you could do is just try and explain it was an accident.
Mom, it was an accident, Mom.
I know that, Joe.
You don't think that I would do that on purpose, Mom?
No.
Joseph Smith was convicted of first-degree murder, crimes against a child, and kidnapping on October the 24th, 2005.
We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the charges. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged.
He was sentenced to the death penalty after receiving a 10-2 vote from the jury.
I lost one of the most precious things to me in my life because of an animal, a disgusting, perverted animal.
However, the death sentence for Joseph was overturned on July the 18th, 2017. A new law was passed requiring a unanimous verdict from the jury in order to carry out the sentence. A new sentencing hearing was scheduled, but it was postponed. Disturbingly, brother John Smith believes Joseph had committed a similar crime in the year 2000, the case of Tara Riley in Bradenton, Florida, who was discovered behind a Walmart. That case, however, has never been officially solved. Sadly, Carly's mother passed away in 2017 following a long battle with addiction. Joseph Smith never met his punishment. He passed away in July 2021. Nina Courtepat was born on October 3rd, 1991, in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. She was bright and full of life since day one. She was the pride and joy of Mother Peacher and Father Tim. Nina was the fourth of 6 siblings. Among them were Darcy, Annie, Patrick and Ethan. She was fiercely protective of her younger siblings, making sure they always had someone to play with and feel safe being around. She would dress them up, put makeup on them, and even cook them pancakes at the weekend. Patrick was Nina's older brother, and he was the one that she would really confide in the most. With her long, thick, dark hair and a seemingly unending curiosity, she really was the main source of joy in her family's lives. Nina was said to be a gifted artist. In particular, she had a knack for drawing. She also enjoyed a blossoming interest in creative writing. She completed her early education at Aboriginal Head Start, and this provided her with a sense of belonging and a place in the world. The Courtepat family had Indigenous roots. Encouraged by her parents to speak out and stand up for herself, Nina always looked for justice in every situation that she encountered. She always defended her peers who were being bullied, and she would tell them that they were beautiful and worthy. Having this strength when she saw something bad happening, and having the ability to stand up for herself was especially important for Nina. In Canada, around 5% of the population is made up of Indigenous people, but shockingly, this group makes up around 25% of homicide victims, an especially sad reality for Nina and her family. Her strong feelings of right and wrong would mean that she would also challenge teachers, refusing to sit down until they admitted their mistakes. When she was 12 years old, she took part in the DARE program, and it seemed that she took the message of abstaining from substances pretty seriously. Her mother even noted one quite funny occasion where Nina saw a stranger smoking next to a no smoking sign, and she then took it upon herself to reprimand them, telling them that they were doing wrong. The Coulterpat family moved to the Dunluce area when Nina was 8 years old, and this marked the start of some new troubling habits for the girl, and these manifested in some bizarre ways. She started hiding outside after dark, something that seemed like a fun and mischievous thing to do. Mother Peacher would get scared, unable to find her daughter, something that she had to try and make Nina fully understand just how serious this could get. However, Nina's pushing of new boundaries would escalate to more unsettling incidents. In one instance, she mistakenly spoke about being violated, perhaps wanting a reaction or attention, both of which she certainly got, but probably not the kind that she was trying to elicit. Her mother and father tried to quash what she had said and explain the potential consequences to their daughter, but they weren't able to do so completely. Nina's words led to involvement from child and family service workers, although no evidence was found to support her claims. And thankfully, nothing of this kind was ever believed to have happened to Nina. And happily, she and her siblings were able to remain under the care of their parents. After the family moved once more to the West End of Edmonton, Nina's behaviour improved and she seemed much more settled. Family meant the world to Nina. She shared a strong connection with her mother, and she taught her the Cree language as they grew closer. Cree is a language that less than 100,000 Indigenous people are able to speak in Canada, so this was a special thing. She was a popular and socially active girl and made friends quite easily, although she did still sometimes test the rules. Mother Peacher highlighted Nina's responsible side too. She noted that she'd always follow through on her commitments, and she'd always call home as expected and come back when she said that she would. Entering her teenage years, Nina decided that she wanted to be famous. She began dreaming about becoming a model or an actress. She let her imagination run wild as she performed scenes and songs for anyone that would watch, and this led her to joining the Boys and Girls Club of Edmonton and acting in their productions for local audiences. Very of the time, Nina also loved American Idol, Canadian Idol, and America's Next Top Model. She wanted to take part in this new craze of reality TV talent shows, and she actually got a little taste of success. Amazingly, in 2004, Nina began to realise one of these dreams. She was crowned the winner of a local modelling competition, and this meant that she was invited to enrol in Chan International's professional modelling program. Who knows what heights Nina would have reached. On March 30th, 2005, Nina wanted to spend a weekend at a friend's house. This was a common activity as the girls had a long-standing and close friendship. However, a few days later, Peacher received a phone call from Nina's best friend KB's mother. She said that the girls had said to her that they were going to stay at the Coulterpat household, and obviously Nina had told Peacher that they were staying at KB's house. It's that classic situation that we have all at least once considered doing while we were younger. It was now that Peacher found out that KB had a little bit of a history. She would run away for several days at a time, and it seemed like the friend's mother couldn't quite seem to get on top of the situation. I'll also note that KB was 15, so 2 years older than Nina. The friend's mother assured Peacher that the girls would likely return in a couple of days. Peacher, though, was deeply worried. She reached out to local organisations that may be able to help. However, she didn't want to involve the police. She was concerned of their prior experiences with child and family services, that is, following Nina's false allegations 5 years prior. So the concerned mother felt that her hands were kind of tied, and that she simply had to trust that Nina was as responsible as she hoped that she was. Despite the growing concern, Peacher continued to wait for her daughter's return. However, 2 days later, she received some devastating news. The body of a girl around Nina's age was found at the Edmonton Springs golf course. Peacher understandably immediately contacted the police. The police then asked the mother some potentially hurtful questions. They asked if her daughter was an escort. They asked if she drank alcohol or took substances, and if she had a history of running away. As we know, these seem like things that Nina would oppose. There is some belief out there that these specific questions are asked due to Nina and Peach's status as Indigenous people. Police then went on to ask the mother for a picture of Nina, hopefully to eliminate her from the investigation. However, the following day, Nina received news that would shatter her world. Authorities believed that the girl was indeed Nina, and sadly, Peach confirmed her daughter's identity. But how could this have happened? Nina went for a sleepover at a friend's house, and now this. She was found over 30 miles away. It just didn't make sense. 2 days prior to Nina meeting her terrible end, a group of 5 people were ready to embark on a dark mission. These 5 were made up of Joseph LeBuchan, age 19, Michael Briscoe, age 34, Stephanie Bird, age 17, Michael Williams, age 17, and an unnamed 16-year-old referred to only as Buffy. Everyone in this group is a key figure for one reason or another, but let's talk about Joseph, as he had some level of leadership in the group. At 19, it seems clear that he had a troubled life. At 13 years old, Joseph fled his home after issues with his stepfather. This meant that at just 13, Joseph fled from British Columbia to Edmonton, and from what I can tell, he undertook this journey of over 700 miles alone. What those exact issues with the stepfather were, we don't know, but we can kind of imagine it could be a few things, and all of them would be pretty awful. When Joseph was around 17, he started dating Stephanie Bird, and after dating for around a year, Joseph once more vanished into thin air, and apparently on this occasion he actually fled back to British Columbia. Something wasn't right in his life, or with him as a person. And then, just a few days before the events in his case unfolded, Joseph was driven back to Edmonton by some friends. His reason for returning was to sign some documents to gain access to a payout for some kind of personal injury case that he was a part of. However, in doing so, they unwittingly delivered him to a group of people that, when combined, would be capable of unimaginable acts. After his friends left him to drive home, Joseph discovered that he had lost his wallet, but he had suspicions that it had been stolen. Either way, he was now stranded in Edmonton, but one familiar place to him in town was the mall. It was an old haunt of his, so that's where he headed. At the mall, Joseph by chance saw his ex-girlfriend Stephanie. The two had dated around 18 months prior to this, but then split, as I said, when Joseph vanished. So stranded with no money and no ID, Joseph now begs Stephanie for help. He needed somewhere to stay, or he would be homeless and penniless. By this time, Stephanie had moved on from Joseph and was now dating Michael Briscoe. That's right, 34-year-old Michael Briscoe was dating 17-year-old Stephanie Bird. And I think that kind of paints the picture of this group. They were misfits and people acting outside of society's norms and of the law. And as we go on, we'll discover just how far outside they truly were. Stephanie introduced Briscoe to Joseph, and Briscoe then allowed him to stay in their room at the Windmill Hotel. In a situation that should probably be awkward, they immediately got on. It seemed they were drawn together by something incredibly dark within both of them. Just a few days after meeting, on April the 1st, several of the group were involved in a really awful crime. One where they would pick up a young woman named Ellie Mae Meyer. They would badly injure her, so badly in fact that she would lose the tip of her finger and was allegedly coughing up red vital fluids before they ended her time on this earth. She was left dumped by the side of the road and wouldn't be found for 1 whole month. Ellie's case really is a shocking one, and I will be covering it on the channel. So please understand, I'm not minimizing what happened here at all. I just want to keep this documentary dedicated to Nina as much as possible. But now you get an idea of just how depraved this group was. So on April the 2nd, one day after Ellie met her end, group members Joseph and Buffy were in Briscoe and Stephanie's motel room. This is where they lived full-time in lieu of a house or apartment, and it was here that Joseph would show Buffy the tip of Ellie's finger. He was bizarrely storing it between 2 slices of bread and keeping it in the freezer, a sick trophy from the previous day's events. Joseph openly admitted that what he did to Ellie had really given him an appetite for destruction. He said that the rush was so great that he wanted to kill again. Joseph, at just 19 years old, was somehow said to be the ringleader, even influencing Michael Briscoe, almost twice his age. The next day, Buffy was hanging out at the mall, something she often did. 16-year-old Buffy was said to have substance issues, and her life was not going well. She met up with Michael Williams as planned. The two of them had been going out for around 2 months. Williams too had substance issues and was already high when they met at the mall. The couple went to grab some food at a Humpty's restaurant to the north of the mall. While they were there, they ran into none other than Michael Briscoe, Joseph LeBoucan, and Stephanie Bird. The two groups sat on adjoining tables and began to chat. The dynamics of this group were pretty bizarre. Stephanie also had substance issues, which Briscoe claimed to be helping her with. He wouldn't let her out of his sight, allegedly to stop her from using. But it has also been claimed that the real reason is that he was paranoid that she would cheat. So he was on her 24/7. Again, remember the age gap here. It's not what I'd call a healthy situation. Pretty much the whole group were either strung out or under the influence. And as you can probably imagine, they had no intention of paying for their food. So instead of paying, they just ran out the door to Michael Briscoe's 1991 Ford Tempo. Self-proclaimed mall rats, they didn't go far, but instead just circled the mall, before then going back inside where they would meet a man named Jay Schamberg. With no intentions of doing anything positive or productive, they all jumped back into the Ford Tempo. They then cruised around town, generally fooling about. However, things took a dark turn when Joseph and Michael Williams started talking about killing. They asked Buffy if she wanted to come along while they killed someone that night. Buffy claims that she thought they were joking, that everyone did. Jay was then dropped off and the group drove back to the motel. The thoughts of murder were still present in Joseph and Williams' heads. Whilst in the room, they picked up some weapons. The group then once more headed back to the mall. Some of them smoked a mild illicit substance, and then once more they went back out for a drive before ending up back at the mall. By this time, Joseph, Briscoe and Stephanie had formed a dark plan. They would go back into the mall, searching for a victim. Joseph saw a group of teens on the edge of the food court near an arcade. At that moment, he saw his victim. He referred to them as the chosen one. However, he wouldn't yet share who the person was with Briscoe or Stephanie. Joseph and Stephanie walked over to the group and started talking to them. None of them could have had the slightest idea of how much danger they were in. One of the people in the group was KB, Nina's best friend. KB actually knew Stephanie a little and they had met once or twice. So Joseph and Stephanie invited KB to a bush party that was happening later that night. And they said that she should bring her friend with her too. Her friend being Nina Courtepat. The two elder teens sold this party as being where the cool kids would be. There would be alcohol and substances and hundreds of people would be there. So KB and Nina saw this as a chance to experience something new, a window into what grown-up teens actually did. They agreed to meet back at the mall later, where they would then travel together to the party. Joseph, Briscoe and Stephanie went back to Williams and Buffy at the car. Joseph said the harrowing words, "We found someone." And indeed the group did return to the mall to pick up KB and Nina. The time was now 12:27 AM on April the 3rd, the day that we know to be Nina's last. Stephanie led the girls to the Ford Tempo, a car that was so overloaded that Nina had to sit on Joseph's lap. The talk in the car was excitable. They were all discussing how cool the party was going to be, how many people were going to be there, and exactly what they were going to get up to. Joseph promised Nina that he would protect her at the party and that she was safe. It's said that both Nina and KB kissed Joseph on this car ride. Just a reminder, Joseph is 19, KB is 15 and Nina is 13. They eventually arrived at their destination after a journey of around 30 miles. When the girls got out of the car, they didn't see hundreds of people, they didn't hear music, and they didn't smell smoke and alcohol. Instead, they were met with an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Joseph, Briscoe and Williams were picking out their weapons from the trunk of the car. These included a wrench, a sledgehammer and a pair of pliers. They then ran to catch up with the girls. The group walked seemingly aimlessly through wooded areas over gravel, grass and dirt. During this time, KB and Nina were getting suspicious that there wasn't actually a party. However, they were reassured repeatedly by Joseph that the other attendees were simply waiting for their arrival, and once they got there, the party would really start up. They even started to shout out into the darkness, asking where the party was, and clearly they got no response. Buffy started talking to Nina about sacrifices and rituals. She had some kind of obsession with vampires, hence the name Buffy, and it seems that her substance misuse wasn't helping her delusions. This was the first hint of something really dark happening. Joseph then started talking about bringing people back from the dead, and everything was getting weird. Suddenly, Stephanie pulled out a 2-foot wrench. She swung it viciously, striking Nina in the back so hard she almost fell to the ground. Instead, she stumbled and ran to Joseph for protection, but that's not what she got. He instead whispered something into her ear, something which caused her to say, "No, don't do this." We can only imagine the sinking moment of realization that there was no party, that they were stranded in the middle of nowhere, that nobody knew where the girls were, and there was nobody there to help. Nina and KB had been betrayed. Joseph ordered Nina to remove her clothing and she refused, saying, "Why are you doing this?" She didn't get an answer. Instead, the 3 males stripped her lower half and pinned her to the ground. Buffy said to Nina, "You're supposed to die." Joseph then violated her in the worst way possible. Stephanie allegedly sat by a traumatized KB, strangely comforting her and giving her William's jacket. Joseph then told Briscoe and Stephanie to take KB back to the car, and there they sat, engine running, heating on, whilst Nina suffered in an unimaginable way outside in the cold. Williams then took his turn in violating Nina, before Buffy handed her back her clothes and told her to get dressed. Joseph then told Nina that they were going to beat her to death, and heartbreakingly, Nina replied, "No, no. Make it fast so it doesn't hurt." But they didn't listen to her request. What happened next was absolutely horrific. I can't really begin to go into it on this platform, but the information is out there. Nina's time on this earth was tragically ended. The group then left, travelling back to the motel, and there they stayed along with KB for 3 days. During this time, KB didn't know the fate that her best friend had met. The group told her that they had simply beaten up Nina and told her to run home, but as we know, this was far from the truth. The group's erratic behaviour only incriminated them further following Nina's attack. Michael Williams met up with a friend while still covered in red vital fluids, and he even confessed to them about the murder. Buffy washed a set of sharp implements used in the attack in a washroom in front of a friend. Joseph once more fled town, and the group seemed to be falling apart. When KB was finally set free, she saw news coverage of Nina's demise. She now knew the full extent of what had happened to her best friend. She went to the police, sharing everything she knew from that fateful day and night. The group was subsequently arrested, and like rats in a bag, they all turned on one another. No 2 stories totally matched. Some claimed to be innocent of some crimes, and they blamed each other for others. Michael Williams, known among his friends as Pyro, admitted to his crimes. This included an attempt to set fire to Nina's jeans before fleeing the scene. During the trial, the judge noted that Williams struggles with mental health problems, and that it might take decades before he experiences any sense of remorse for his actions. Courtroom revelations also shed light on Williams' troubled life, painting a picture of a troubled and destructive individual who claimed to have faced physical attacks and violations. His encounters with psychologists began at the tender age of 4. Troubling behaviour continued to manifest as he made lethal threats in the 2nd grade, and by the age of 12 he had a big collection of sharp implements. All of this together resulted in his removal from his mother's care and placement into social services custody. Despite the defence advocating for Williams to be sentenced as a youth, meaning he could only get a maximum sentence of 10 years, the judge ruled to try him as an adult for first-degree murder. This decision automatically sentenced him to life in prison, with no chance of parole for at least a decade. Stephanie Bird was convicted of manslaughter of kidnapping, along with aggravated assault, and received a 12-year sentence. But in December of 2009, the Supreme Court of Canada upgraded that conviction to first-degree murder after ruling that the evidence at trial could not support a defence of abandonment, and that no other defence arises on the facts. However, her lawyers said that Bird was prepared to accept a longer prison term. The lawyers said that Bird's primary concern wasn't the duration of her imprisonment, but rather the immense guilt she feels and the struggle to forgive herself for her involvement and her assistance to those responsible for the crime. Typically, first-degree murder convictions entail a life sentence, one without parole eligibility for 25 years. However, as Stephanie was initially a young offender and later sentenced as an adult, she became eligible for a life sentence with no chance of parole for at least 10 years. Buffy was the youngest of the convicted individuals. If she had been sentenced as an adult for her convictions of second-degree murder and aggravated violations, she would have received a life sentence with no chance of parole for 7 years, similar to the other minors involved in this crime. In 2009, though, she was sentenced to 4 years in custody, followed by an additional 3 years of supervised probation, which officially ended on November 9th, 2016. She was 27 years old when she appeared in an Edmonton courtroom for the last time in 2016. Michael Briscoe escaped a conviction for the murder of Ellie Mae Myers. He denied any involvement other than driving the car. However, in regard to Nina's case, Briscoe was sentenced to life with no possibility of parole for 25 years. This was for first-degree murder, for the violations, and kidnapping. During his trial in 2007, witnesses testified that Joseph was the ringleader in the scheme to manipulate Nina into leaving the mall with them. However, in his own testimony, Joseph claimed he was unaware of the true nature of the gathering, and he insisted that he entered a state of shock when Nina was attacked by Stephanie. He asserted that he never harmed her. The DNA evidence, however, said differently. Joseph was given a sentence of 25 years without the chance of parole, a sentence which was repeated for his role in Ellie Mae Myers' case too. The following year he attempted to appeal, but his conviction was upheld. It's also important to talk about the impact of the crime left on the victim's family. In the aftermath of daughter Nina's murder, Peacher said she was completely alone. Throughout the legal proceedings, she found herself alone, attending all 4 trials consistently, receiving limited support from family and friends. Peacher's longing for support and understanding led her to aspire to help other families sadly facing similar tragedies. She found that people didn't know how to talk to her, and she yearned for someone to talk to during her lonely and distressing times. She believed that victim services often lack the appropriate strategies to help families affected by murder, leaving them to seek their own sources of support. Peacher advocated for more accessible and centralized information to assist families like hers, families looking for guidance and support, and how to navigate dealing with law enforcement and the legal process. Sadly, in 2015, Peacher passed away after a battle with cancer. This is one of the hardest cases that we've looked at here at Dark Case Documentaries. But it's important that people like Nina, like Ellie, like Peacher, like KB aren't forgotten. So thank you for watching. Some cases define a generation, and for me, this is one of those cases. It changed the way that my peers and I lived out our everyday lives, the way our parents allowed us access to the outside world, and it taught us definitively to never trust anyone. Those days were now over. Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman were 2 close friends, born nearly a month apart from each other in 1991. Jessica was born on September the 1st, whilst Holly was born on October the 4th. They attended St Andrew's Primary School in Surham, Cambridgeshire. Jessica lived with her mother and father, Sharon and Leslie Chapman, along with her sisters, Rebecca and Alison. She was known as the more free-spirited of the pair. She was outgoing, nice and unafraid to kick off a fuss when needed. Holly was seen as the sweet and shy one. She lived with her parents, Kevin and Nicola Wells, and her 12-year-old brother, Oliver. After the end of the school term, Jessica went to Menorca for a vacation with her family, and upon their return, she visited Holly's house, gifting her a necklace that she'd bought on a trip. In 2002, the United Kingdom was a vibrant canvas of celebration and reflection. The nation was alive with the spirit of the Golden Jubilee. marking Queen Elizabeth II's 50 years on the throne. It was a moment that kind of transcended time, linking past and present, and it suggested towards a future in a shared national identity. That same year, Manchester became the heartbeat of the Commonwealth Games, drawing athletes and spectators from around the globe. The city's streets, arenas and public spaces vibrated with the energy of competition and camaraderie, showcasing Britain's proud tradition of sportsmanship and unity. But 2002 was not without its solemn moments. A nation that celebrated together now also mourned together. On Sunday the 4th of August, Holly and Jessica's families were having a barbecue together. The girls spent their afternoon catching up and playing with the family computer. Holly was wearing a David Beckham Manchester United t-shirt, and Jessica liked it very much. She borrowed brother Oliver's shirt, so that the two were wearing matching clothes. Mother Nicola Wells thought that the girls looked cute, so she took a picture, and that's what you're seeing right now. And shortly after this, the girls headed out of the house at around 5 p.m. Sarum is a cosy little market town in Cambridgeshire with a rich history. The last time that anything notably bad happened in Sarum was in 1944, during World War II. Everybody knew everybody in Sarum, at least in 2002, and that was why nobody saw what was coming next. After leaving the Wells residence, Jessica and Holly walked to the local leisure centre, and there they bought some sweets. On their way back, they walked by the home of the Sarum College caretaker, Ian Huntley. He was outside of his home washing his dog when the two girls saw him. Ian Huntley claimed that his girlfriend, Maxine Carr, was at home at this time too. Maxine was a teaching assistant, but she had been recently dismissed from St Andrews, the school that both girls attended. Holly in particular had an affinity with Maxine. She even made her a card as a going away present. Holly and Jessica's parents awaited their return. Hours after the children disappeared, their parents and the immediate family members who were at the barbecue started searching for the girls. After several hours of no success, they contacted the police later that evening, and it was then that the town-wide search officially began. Police started by collecting information and pictures of the girls. They were told what the girls were wearing, what their hair was currently like, and then they moved to canvassing the local neighbourhood for reported sightings. Their search began with the local area and included the local school and college. People from the neighbourhood came out to help them search. At around 11 p.m, they ran into the caretaker, Ian Huntley. He said that he hadn't seen the girls. The police had sniffer dogs searching the grounds. They came to an abrupt stop at a part of the college chained and locked up. It was called the Hangar, and Ian claimed that he didn't have a key for it, so the police were forced to move on. The days following were frantic and fraught with worry. The Wells and Chapman families took to the media to ask for help, and the story received national and eventually worldwide coverage. By the third day, most of the town was volunteering to help with the search, and over 100 policemen had joined in the investigation. A reward of over £100,000 was offered by the police. This led to a cascade of desperate call-ins in an attempt to claim the reward money. Arguably, this did more harm than good, muddying the waters in an already confusing case. After 1 week of no concrete leads, the police declared the disappearance of Holly and Jessica officially an abduction. They expanded the number of search officers from 100 to 450. The search radius also expanded to cover 10 miles outside of Sarum. Ian Huntley reappeared on the police's radar after he had a suspicious conversation with a female police officer. He asked her how long DNA evidence typically lasts. That, combined with his ease and general demeanour, painted him as somebody that the police ought to look into. Authorities started to hone in on Ian Huntley. CCTV footage placed the girls around the sports centre, situated inside the village college. As he was the caretaker, Ian Huntley now came forward and told the police that he had indeed seen the girls. He said that they passed in front of his house before heading towards a library. When Huntley was interviewed further by the press, he told them that he was washing his dog when they walked past his house. They'd asked for Miss Carr, Maxine, questioning whether she'd gotten the position of teaching assistant for the coming term at St Andrews. When Huntley told them that she hadn't, one of the girls said, "Tell her we're sorry." Sky News reporter Jeremy Thompson interviewed Ian Huntley but thought that he was omitting some information.
The girl, I don't know the girls. They just came across and asked how Miss Carr was. Off the walked in the direction of the library over there.
Shortly after this interview, Jeremy then talked to Maxine Carr. She was animated and talked fondly of the girls.
This is something I'll probably keep for the rest of my life, I think. It's what Holly gave me on the last day of term. She was very, very upset because I didn't get my job. And that's the kind of girl she was. She was just lovely, really lovely.
That's really very sweet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Allegedly, the two girls were excited at the possibility of attending Maxine Carr and Ian Huntley's wedding. She even showed the reporter a card that Holly had made for her after she hadn't got the teaching assistant position for the new term. She finished off the interview by saying, "That was the kind of girl Holly was." Jeremy made notice of her odd use of past tense. It was almost like she knew something had happened to the girls. By the second week of the disappearance, a new lead investigator was brought in, and he took a special interest in Huntley and Carr. They were the last people to see the girls, and their behaviour was becoming suspect. Ian Huntley and Maxine Carr were brought in for interrogation on August 16, 2002. These interviews lasted for 7 hours, during which they exhibited behaviour that the police found suspicious. When asked to describe Jessica specifically, Huntley seemed to freeze up for half a minute before he declined to answer further.
I remember looking at the Man United tops, thinking good taste. I'd say blonde hair, shoulder length, very slim. I can't remember anything else about it.
Without any of this, Ian, was there any occasion that you actually came into contact, physical contact, with the girls?
Physical contact?
I've asked him 18 times what they said. Did they actually ask for me? Which directions did they come in?
Yeah.
Did they say where they were going? Did they say anything about barbecue? I mean, I've made him feel like a suspect in his own right, really.
The interviews that the couple gave on television also caught the eye of a few people. Several Grimsby residents called in to tell the police of Huntley's terrible past, and another caller placed Maxine Carr at a local bar in Grimsby town centre on the same night that the girls disappeared. This didn't match up to what the couple had been saying. This meant that Huntley's alibi was shattered, and now the police could raid his home, a home which they found had recently been meticulously cleaned. However, in the hangar that Huntley claimed that he had no access to, the police found torn and burnt up remains of 2 Manchester United jerseys, the very same shirts that the girls were last seen wearing. They had now been hidden in a bin. Ian Huntley's fingerprints were also on that bin. Ian Huntley and Maxine Carr were immediately arrested for suspicion of abduction and murder. This was following the revelations surrounding the bin at around 4:30 a.m. Born on January 31st, 1974, Ian Kevin Huntley grew up in a working-class family in Grimsby and had a more tumultuous childhood than most. He had asthma and was bullied so badly that he was forced to change schools at 13. In 1990, he decided to stop schooling altogether. This was despite having good grades, and he went off to get his first job. As early as 18 years old, Ian had inappropriate contact with girls that were far too young for him. He was seen out with an early teen girl when he was 20, and he then moved on to an 18-year-old girl named Claire Evans. The two had an apparent whirlwind romance that saw them married in just weeks. Ian's joy, though, was short-lived. His new wife left him just days after their wedding, and instead moved in with his younger brother, Wayne. This event would become a significant point of conflict between the brothers. Vindictive, Ian refused to grant Claire a divorce until 1999. Following the collapse of his marriage, Ian wandered around for a while, moving from town to town, taking jobs wherever he could find them. During this time, he was once again involved with numerous underage girls. From 1995 to 2001, he had been intimately linked with females ranging from age 11 to 17 years old. He also got one 15-year-old girl pregnant in 1998. Ian Huntley was building an extensive catalogue of reprehensible behaviour. Around the same time, he was arrested in Grimsby following several allegations of violations against minors. However, somehow he was never charged. In 1999, he met 22-year-old Maxine Carr, a timid and some would say beautiful woman in a nightclub, and then they moved in together just 4 weeks later. Their relationship, though, wasn't a good one. It was fraught with arguments, and in 2001 they moved to a town called Littleport in the Soham district, where Ian Huntley somehow got the job of Soham Village College caretaker. During initial questioning, Huntley refused to answer questions and appeared evasive and emotionally detached. He even went as far as drooling during police interview in an attempt to feign mental illness. And although he was probably faking it, oddly it was still a possibility given the erratic behaviour that officers had reported. By the second week of the search, Huntley had begun to lose weight. He was suffering from insomnia and was even prescribed antidepressants on August the 13th. The police had no choice but to send him to a mental hospital to undergo an extensive psychological evaluation. In contrast to her counterpart, Maxine Carr began to talk the moment that the investigation started, and what she revealed painted her as gullible and Huntley as intensely calculating. On August the 17th at around 12:30 p.m, gamekeeper Keith Pryor discovered the bodies of two girls lying side by side in an irrigation ditch. They were close to the pheasant pen near the Air Force Base RAF Lakenheath in Suffolk. This was 10 miles south of Soham. Keith told the investigators that he'd noticed an unusual and unpleasant smell in the area starting a few days ago and was now returning to investigate the source. He and partner Adrian Lawrence then found the girls' bodies burned and in an advanced state of decomposition. With the story sweeping the news, it didn't take long for the pair to realise who these girls were. Police recovered hair from a nearby tree branch. This helped them to confirm that one of the girls was indeed Jessica Chapman. Deputy Chief Constable Keith Hodder announced their discovery in a press conference after the news had been sent to the girls' families. Around the same time that the girls were discovered, the police were deep into their interview with Maxine Carr. The reason she gave for lying to the police revealed she might have been Huntley's unwitting pawn. According to her, Huntley had called her on the day of the girls' disappearance and told him that he'd seen the girls and that they were in their house. Huntley had told her that the police had entered the house to stop a nosebleed that Ollie was suffering from, and that Jessica had followed, attempting to help. However, he says that both girls did eventually leave, but he told Maxine that he was afraid that he may be accused of doing something to them. He revealed that he'd been accused of inappropriate relations with a minor in 1998, and he feared a repeat. Huntley allegedly said that this entire affair had led to a nervous breakdown the first time around, still claiming his innocence, seemingly for everything he was ever accused of. When police told Maxine that the girls had been found dead, and then showed her evidence of Ian Huntley's guilt, she burst into tears, shouting, "No, he can't have been. It can't have been. He hasn't done it." She maintained that her partner was innocent until the trial. With the chief suspects in custody, the police carried out a more comprehensive search of Ian Huntley's residence. They found cloth fibres matching those on the burnt jerseys that Huntley had tried to dispose of. His car was also forensically examined. They noticed that it too had been recently cleaned, but they still found traces of brick dust, chalk, and concrete matching the same type used to pave the road, leading to where the girls had been discovered. The trial of Maxine Carr and Ian Huntley began on the 5th of November 2003, despite Huntley's many attempts to avoid it. He was held for 2 months at the Rampton Secure Hospital, where his mental state was assessed and he was eventually deemed fit to stand trial. When his first attempt to avoid a trial didn't work, he then tried to end his own time on this earth by swallowing 24 antidepressant pills that he'd been saving up. Unfortunately for him, he survived and he was dragged to court. Huntley pleaded not guilty to the charges of murdering Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman, whilst Carr pleaded not guilty to attempting to pervert the course of justice and assisting an offender. The prosecutor came down hard on Huntley during his trial, claiming everything he'd done was deliberate and with malice. He lured the girls into his home, and shortly after that, he killed them. The prosecution even presented Jessica Chapman's phone data as evidence. The phone had turned off at around 6:48 p.m, a time that would match up to shortly after the girls would arrive at Huntley's residence. As for motive, the prosecution declared Huntley a pervert. Drawing from his history of crimes against minors, they suggested that Huntley may have violated the pair before their end. Prosecution had tried gathering evidence to this effect, however, they were unable to do so. When he was put on the stand, Huntley changed his story quickly. He claimed that both girls had indeed entered his home, and he was sticking with the story that Holly was suffering from a nosebleed. But now he said that both girls' deaths were simply an accident. He suggested that he'd accidentally bumped into Holly. This had caused her to fall, hitting her head on the tub, falling unconscious, and it was then that she apparently drowned in the shallow bathtub. As for Jessica, he says he accidentally strangled her when all he was trying to do was to keep her quiet. He claims that Jessica had immediately blamed him for Holly's death and that she was trying to raise an alarm. He says she stopped moving when he held her a little too tightly. As for why he didn't alert the authorities, he claimed he was too afraid, given his past. So instead, he chose to cover up his crime. When it was Maxine's turn on the stand, she told the court that she had no idea of the murder, that she wasn't at home as was originally said, and was instead in Grimsby. She claimed that if she had known what was going on, she'd never have protected him. The exact details of what happened in Huntley's house are unfortunately a secret that only Ian Huntley knows. But the evidence does show that both Holly and Jessica passed away via asphyxiation shortly after entering the home. Their bodies were then burned and transported 10 miles away to the airbase, less than half an hour away from home. Maxine said she only lied to the police, only gave a false alibi to keep her boyfriend safe. When asked about why she'd helped clean the house too, she told the court that cleanliness had always been important to her. Justice Moses announced the verdict on the 17th of December 2003. Ian Huntley was found guilty on 2 counts of murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment. This verdict would eventually be overruled and changed to 40 years minimum, but it's unlikely that he'll ever be free. Maxine Carr was found guilty only of perverting the course of justice and served just 3.5 years. Moments after the court case ended, the parents of the girls spoke to the press about the situation. Leslie Chapman said, "I think he was a time bomb waiting to go off, and both of our girls are in the wrong place at the wrong time. I hope the next time we see him, it will be like we saw our daughters, and in a coffin." Maxine Carr, despite her involvement, got a chance to start over again after being released from prison in 2004, serving just half her sentence. She's currently married with children, and her husband knows of her past.
Police emergency, what's the problem?
I've lost my 8-year-old daughter. She's been missing about an hour and 3/4 now.
Right. And was she playing with anybody at all?
She was playing with her brothers and her little sister, and she sort of walked away from them.
And what's the name of the little one that's missing?
Sarah.
Sarah Payne was born on October the 13th, 1991. Her home was Hersham in Surrey. As an 8-year-old girl, she spent her free time playing with her older brothers Lee and Luke. Occasionally, her younger sister Charlotte would tag along too. Sarah was a loving daughter to her parents, sharing a name with her mother and closely tied to her father Michael. She was a typical young girl who enjoyed being outside and engaging in playful activities. The 4 siblings were together all the time. They visited their grandparents most weekends to roam the fields near their house. Although they experienced their tiffs, they were a close-knit family that all enjoyed being together. The kids looked out for each other like the best of friends. Hersham is a small, quaint village in Surrey. Whilst it's not the most popular place to visit, those that do can enjoy long walks and tranquility. On July the 1st, 2000, Sarah and her family were enjoying another peaceful weekend. They were at Sarah's grandparents' house in Kingston Gorse. This is a beautiful seaside location in West Sussex. Her grandparents had 4 acres of land. This meant that the kids had free roam to play, all whilst giving Michael and Sarah the security of knowing the kids were safe outside by themselves. Sarah and her siblings were doing their normal activity, playing in the cornfields near the house. It was the perfect place for a classic game of hide and seek. Sarah had been running, trying to get away from the seeker when she fell and hit her head. Her older brother Luke had found her crying, but it said that he was rather insensitive to the injuries that she had sustained. The two then got into one of their routine tiffs. This resulted in Sarah running away through the fields back towards the grandparents' house. Shortly after, the siblings went to follow Sarah back to the grandparents' house, but they didn't see her walking back. They looked for her far and wide, eventually coming to the road leading towards the home and seeing no sign of her. When brother Lee arrived at the edge of the field in pursuit of Sarah, he saw a white van driving down the road with an older man in the driver's seat. The man waved at Lee as he passed by. He described the man as scruffy and unkempt, quoting him as being greasy and stuff. When it was abundantly clear that Sarah could not be found, the siblings ran back to the house to alert the adults. And then all hell broke loose for the Payne family. Within hours, a manhunt had been initiated which spanned the entire country. Everyone was on the lookout for Sarah Payne. But where could she possibly have gone? Was she just lost? Had she run away? Was the bang to the head worse than they thought? Or had she been taken? When questioning the family, Lee mentioned the sighting of the old man in the white van. The police were quick to pursue the now very real fact that Sarah had been abducted. Sarah's parents quickly made numerous TV appearances, pleading for the return of their beloved daughter.
Let her go.
Let her go.
Or if you know that someone's got an extra child somehow, or whatever,
you know,
get in touch with your local police, you know.
Look around you, everybody just look around you.
Meanwhile, the police scrambled to track down a mysterious man in the van. The first order of business was to make a list of possible suspects. The kids were away from home, so who would have known that Sarah would have been with her grandparents? Was this all just up to chance? On the other hand, the Payne children went to visit their grandparents frequently, and anyone could have been watching Sarah during her usual frolics in the cornfield. The police very much had their work cut out. Kingston Gorse was an extremely safe, wealthy town, somewhere where celebrities and sports players would often go on holiday. It was secluded and quaint, and there was only one road in and out. Whoever had taken Sarah had to have previously known about the cornfield where the kids frequented, meaning that it had to be someone who lived in or around Kingston Gorse, someone that was familiar with the area. Because of Sarah's age, there was an obvious way to narrow down the list of locals, the offender registry. Luckily for the investigators, there were only 8 people on that list in the Kingston Gorse area. This allowed them to question each person individually. Officer Chris Saunders was one of the detectives who was assigned to go door to door. The first name on his list was a man named Roy Whiting. Whiting had been released from prison 2 years before, convicted with kidnapping and attacking a preteen girl. He was sentenced to a 4-year term in prison. After his release, he was one of the first people in England to be entered onto the offenders registry list. Officer Saunders arrived at Whiting's residence. He rang the doorbell numerous times without response, convinced that Whiting was avoiding him. He decided to call the landline inside the house. Here, Whiting eventually picked up. He finally allowed Officer Saunders inside his home. There, Saunders explained to him that they were investigating the disappearance of an 8-year-old child. Saunders immediately became suspicious of Whiting, not only because of his reluctance to answer the door, but also because of his reaction to the reason Saunders was standing in his home. He basically didn't react at all. When Saunders questioned him about his whereabouts the day before, Whiting answered in, according to Saunders, an automatic and unnatural way. He said that he was in the next town over during the time of Sarah's abduction, and he was in bed sleeping peacefully by 9:30 p.m. His behaviour during this interview alone catapulted Roy Whiting to the top of the suspect list. He was the main person of interest in this case. Later that evening, Roy would be arrested on that suspicion. To their advantage, the case had received national media attention, with an established tip line for people to call and share information about Sarah's disappearance. This tip line would prove to be extremely useful, as Cynthia Reed, an eyewitness, had called to let investigators know that she had seen the white van that Lee had described. She saw this van leaving the scene of Sarah's abduction, fearing that Sarah was most likely inside of it. Police had struck gold once again. Whiting had been bragging about the white van that he had bought just less than a month before. Whiting's confidence in revealing this information had come from the fact that he had taken steps to make cosmetic changes to the van, and he did this in the days following Sarah's abduction. Whiting had purchased new doors. This added windows to the back of the van, changing its appearance. Despite this slight confession, it still wasn't enough to find Roy Whiting guilty of Sarah's abduction, and when the time came, they had to release him from police custody.
We're trying to stay as positive as we possibly can, you know? And Sarah, if you're watching, Mummy loves you. And we miss you. And we're looking for you, darling, and we're going to find you. Okay? We're going to find you. And you'll be home. You'll be home, darling.
Yeah, I'm still hopeful. We've got to try and keep our spirits up in some way.
16 days after Sarah's initial disappearance, this kidnapping case turned into one of murder. Sadly, Sarah's body was discovered by police 18 miles from Kingston Gauze, found in a shallow grave just off the roadway. She had been badly attacked, with almost all of her hair being pulled out. The very next day, the tip line would prove its usefulness once again. Someone had discovered a child's shoe at a petrol station. Sarah's mother was able to confirm that it belonged to her daughter. This amount of new evidence was concrete enough to make serious chargeable connections to Roy Whiting. They got to work to analyse every aspect of both Sarah's body and the shoe. On July the 23rd, Roy Whiting was arrested for stealing a car and then crashing it. This gave the police the perfect avenue for inspecting Roy's notorious white van. Upon inspection, police had found a receipt inside the van. The receipt was from the same petrol station where Sarah's shoe had been discovered. The timestamp on it read 10:30 p.m. But Whiting had said that he was peacefully asleep by 9:30 p.m. Inside, they also found children's toys, a spade, restraints, baby oil, candy, and a child's blanket. Whiting was establishing a pattern. Directly after his previous abduction, he had purchased new doors for his red Ford Sierra to cover his tracks. But now the Littlehampton police were onto him. They had to continue their work on this physical evidence. Due to decomposition, it was difficult for coroners to define what exact injuries Sarah had endured during her abduction and passing. But Sarah's hair and shoe would prove to be the key to what the police needed for charging Roy Whiting. But at this time, it took months to analyse. Sarah's hair contained fibres from a sweater inside the van, and the sweater also contained hairs that matched Sarah. Contributing to this evidence, fibres from the passenger seat were also found on Sarah's shoe. This evidence is what the police needed to charge the already incarcerated Roy Whiting.
You are charged that on Saturday, the 1st of July 2000, at Kingston Gorse, West Sussex, you unlawfully took or carried away Sarah Evelyn Isabel Payne against her will, and that's contrary to common law. You are also charged that between Saturday, the 1st of July 2000, and Monday, the 3rd of July 2000, at Kingston Gorse, West Sussex, or elsewhere, you murdered Sarah Evelyn Isabel Payne.
He was now on the hook for the abduction and lethal attack of Sarah 7 months earlier. Roy Whiting's trial began on November the 14th, 2001. His defence denied his involvement in what had happened to Sarah Payne. Over the next 4 weeks, the prosecution would attempt to convince the jury of Whiting's guilt, during which they heard from Lee Payne and his account of his interaction with Whiting. He identified him as the unkempt, greasy man that he saw that day. They would also invite more witnesses, like Cynthia Reed, who had seen him driving away, as well as others who had seen his van parked on the side of the road where Sarah was buried. A lot of the evidence was circumstantial, but it was hard to deny the physical connection Sarah had to that van. But the defence did their best to explain it all away. The defence asserted that there was nothing that could tie Whiting to Sarah. The physical evidence they had was generalised. They said the fibres in her hair could have matched numerous sweaters, and the fibres on the passenger seat could be from any van, not specifically Roy Whiting's. They also said that the remainder of the prosecution's evidence was nowhere near concrete, explaining that the restraints found in the van were too large to use on a child, and the receipt for the petrol station wouldn't have been left in an obvious place, not if he knew it would incriminate him. As far as the defence's evidence for Roy's innocence, they presented mud samples from the spade in Roy's van. This sample didn't match the mud at the location where Sarah's body was found. They were pushing the point that there was in fact no connection between him and Sarah Payne. The defence's closing and central argument was that Roy was an open book to the police. He never hid anything, leaving all of his supposed evidence for the police to find with ease. Why would he do these things and testify openly in court if he was guilty? This did prove to be a rather convincing argument. Whiting even admitted in court that he had cleaned his van the day after Sarah's disappearance. This left the decision of the case completely up in the air for both parties. The jury went out to deliberate. Sarah's family waited apprehensively at the possibility that Roy Whiting would walk free. However, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison.
Moments after Whiting was taken to the cells, Sarah and Michael Payne faced the world's media.
This doesn't make us happy, but justice has been done. Sarah can rest in peace now. But let's make sure that this stops happening time and time again. People are being let out of prison when everybody concerned knows that this is going to happen again.
As Whiting had committed similar crimes before, there was anger amongst the family and general public that this could have been prevented if Whiting was monitored more heavily. Because of this, media outlets throughout Britain stood with Sarah's family. They vowed to reveal the names and locations of similar offenders throughout the country. Sarah's mother rallied and petitioned for stricter monitoring, fighting tooth and nail for change over a number of years. Both parents appeared on television, news interviews and took photo opportunities. And in 2011, 10 years after Sarah's passing, Sarah's Law was passed. It allowed parents to formally ask the police whether someone who has access to their child has a record of committing crimes against children. This law has proven to be extremely protective. There were over 1,600 inquiries by parents in the first year. This resulted in hundreds of identified offenders, and it could have saved over 200 children from suffering.
(911), what's your emergency? My daughter, I woke up this morning and she's not in her bed. She's missing. She's 8 years old. Has she ever left before? No, never.
Kirsten Hatfield, a vibrant soul, Entered the world in 1989 in Midwest City, Oklahoma. She was affectionately known as Curdle Birdle. Kirsten's youthful spirit radiated with a zest for adventure and the thrill of life's exciting moments. She was a true enthusiast, finding joy in roller coasters, of climbing trees and competitive games of horseshoes. Kirsten's love for life and her family was unmistakable. Even at the tender age of 5, when her baby sister Faith was born, she formed a protective and unbreakable bond with Faith, fostering a family connection that promised a life filled with fun, togetherness, and security. Kirsten cherished her home as a sanctuary, where she could revel in the warmth of her family's love and the simple joys of everyday life. By the age of 8, she was attending the 2nd grade at Traub Elementary School. There, Kirsten's infectious spirit touched the lives of all those fortunate enough to be around her. Midwest City is situated in central Oklahoma, which is in, if you couldn't guess, the Midwestern region of the United States. One of the city's defining features is the presence of the Tinker Air Force Base. This is one of the largest military installations in the United States. It plays a vital role in the local economy and the community. Another feature of Midwest City is its reputation as a family-friendly community with a strong sense of safety and security. The area offers a range of amenities and services for families. This makes it overall an attractive place to live. The city hosts a variety of community events and gatherings, fostering a sense of togetherness among residents. These events include parades, fairs, and festivals. Overall, Midwest City is a community with a strong family presence and family-oriented values, a place where no one would fathom a vicious crime occurring. On the night of May 13, 1997, Kirsten's mother Shannon performed her nightly ritual of tucking her beloved daughters into their beds. With Kirsten and Faith settled in, Shannon looked forward to a peaceful night's sleep, a night that could be filled with dreams of the life that they shared. However, the quiet of the night was soon disrupted by a subtle sound, an unsettling disturbance in the otherwise sleeping household. At around 3 a.m., Shannon was awakened from her sleep by a soft whining noise. This was coming from the girl's bedroom. At first, Shannon attributed the sound to Faith. She had, after all, occasionally talked in her sleep. Trusting that her children were safe and sound, Shannon attempted to return to sleep. Yet a feeling of unease lingered, and something didn't sit right. In response, she rose from her bed and made her way to the girl's bedroom. To her surprise, the bedroom door was closed. This was different from the norm. Typically, Kirsten and Faith slept with the door open just a crack, inviting the comforting hum of the house into the room as they slept. Mother Shannon gently pushed the door open and returned to her bed without going inside, not realizing that this seemingly innocent event would mark the beginning of a mystery, one that would haunt her for years to come. When the sun rose over Midwest City the following morning at around 6 a.m., Shannon went into Kirsten's bedroom to wake the girls up. As she stepped into her daughter's room, she made a heart-wrenching discovery. Although Faith was in the room, Kirsten was nowhere to be found. Shannon's immediate response was a surge of panic and distress. Desperation guided her frantic search as she darted back and forth between the neighboring houses, her voice carrying pleas for help and calls for her missing daughter. She scoured every nearby area that she could, searching for any sign of her dear Kirsten. Eventually, after an agonizing but fruitless search of the surrounding area, Shannon returned to her home. The mother then desperately dialed 911, setting in motion a huge citywide investigation.
911, what's your emergency? My daughter, I woke up this morning and she's not in her bed. She's missing. She's 8 years old. Has she ever left before? No, never. My 3-year-old was crying. The door was shut. I just went and opened it. I didn't even look to see she was there. And then I went back to bed.
Investigators from the Midwest City Police Department would soon arrive at the anxiety-ridden home on Jet Drive. Their search for clues began almost immediately. A missing child is one of the most time-sensitive cases that there is. Police officers entered the house and swiftly began searching, looking for any sign of where Kirsten could have gone, and what they found was chilling. The bedroom window, although closed, was unlocked, suggesting that an intruder might have entered or exited through it. Their focus then turned to the windowsill. There they discovered several spots of red fluid. This discovery immediately caused the investigation to intensify. Concerns for Kirsten's safety grew rapidly. The search extended into the backyard, and there a 6-foot-tall wooden fence became the next point of interest. Here, officers found more traces of red liquid, further cementing the fear that Kirsten might have been the subject of harm, perhaps being injured as she was aggressively taken from her bedroom through the window. Investigators were deeply troubled. They realized the gravity of the situation that had occurred in this close-knit community. As the search continued, officers stumbled upon another crucial clue: Kirsten's underwear, tattered, torn, and lying amongst blades of grass in the backyard of the Hatfield home. This discovery, alongside the other evidence, deepened the sense of worry that something sinister had occurred the night before, bringing horror into the Hatfield home. Almost positive an abduction had taken place, law enforcement swung into action without pause. They reached out to local businesses, urging them to hand over any surveillance footage from that night. They lived in hope that they could identify the mysterious abductor and trace their movements. One piece of surveillance footage in particular caught their attention from a nearby convenience store. As they combed through the footage, they watched as a man entered the store. He asked the cashier about Jet Drive, the very same street where Kirsten and her family lived. This was the first lead that they had, but they had no idea where to begin in their search for this man. From the footage, they could glean a basic description, but nothing that could give them a solid direction to go in. Meanwhile, word quickly spread to the community that Kirsten Hatfield was now missing, and that this was an urgent case. Time was of the essence. The urgency of her disappearance gripped everyone surrounding the Hatfields. They immediately clamoured round and began organising a search party. The assistance of the Heidi Search Centre from Texas was sought out to boost their efforts. Missing person flyers which described Kirsten rolled out onto the streets. These flyers described her as a young girl standing at 4 feet tall and weighing 55 pounds. A girl with deep brown eyes that matched her long brown hair. The outfit she was last seen wearing was a big, adult-sized white t-shirt. The flyer was complete with specific markers to look out for. This was such as the fact that she had discoloration on her neck and stuttered when she spoke too fast. The collective efforts of the community, law enforcement and dedicated search teams were all mobilised together in efforts to locate Kirsten. Volunteers combed the area tirelessly, but days continued to pass without any promising leads or developments. This situation had investigators perplexed. Their frustration only increased with each passing day. Captain Cecil Frymere, the lead investigator on the case, had no idea where to go next. The police force didn't have nearly enough leads or evidence to go in on one distinct direction, and new information was drying up. The evidence they had found at the scene was indeed helpful, but they had to patiently wait for the test results to return before they could do anything. The community and Kirsten's family anxiously awaited for a breakthrough, anything that could bring their beloved child back home and well. In the following week, the excitement of new evidence flickered. Some children's clothing was discovered near northeast Oklahoma City. The police force quickly made their way to the location to collect these items, hoping that they could perhaps be a clue or a lead in Kirsten's case. However, upon close examination, it was determined that these garments were not Kirsten's. This stifled the hopes of her mother and investigators, putting them back to square one. As June arrived, a month had passed since Kirsten had vanished from her bedroom. The Heidi Search Centre concluded its involvement in the search. However, Kirsten's mother and the rest of the Midwest City community refused to give up hope. They established a command post at Traub Elementary School, and they continued their search efforts in coordination with the Midwest City Police Department. The determined search team scoured every corner of the city, giving every ounce of dedication they had towards the cause. But these extensive searches yielded no evidence or leads, nothing new that could bring them any closer to finding Kirsten. Kirsten's mother Shannon was overwhelmed with gratitude as the community stepped up to help in finding her daughter. She thanked everyone for participating and giving their time in the search for Kirsten, saying that the tragedy that was occurring showed a community spirit that was unwavering in coming together to help. As the community continued to work together, investigators remained steadfast in their quest to identify the man who had inquired about Jet Drive at the convenience store. Described as a tall black man, approximately 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighing around 230 pounds, he was last seen wearing a blue and white striped shirt along with a matching baseball cap. With this description, police struggled to find any defining features or characteristics, nothing obvious that could help them narrow down the search for this man. Without anything else to go on, this lead too would grow cold. Weeks turned into months and Kirsten's absence persisted. Mother Shannon was exhausted and disheartened, but she refused to surrender her hope that her daughter would safely return. The passage of time never wavered her determination to find Kirsten. By July, the ground searches had ceased. It became evident that Kirsten was nowhere within the immediate area. They'd searched in lakes, patches of woods, parks, and even on the Air Force Base. But there was absolutely no further trace of Kirsten. However, officers did not give up on a search for evidence, or the hope that at least one person had information on what could have happened to Kirsten 2 months before. The initial discovery of red fluid on the windowsill and the fence made the case even darker. Upon further testing, it was confirmed that this did not belong to Kirsten. Investigators began to shift their focus away from this evidence as any type of help in their case. They began to wonder where they could turn next. Shannon did her best to remain as honest as possible with officers throughout their investigation. She wanted to be clear regarding her behaviour during Kirsten's disappearance. She candidly admitted that she had been a user of illicit substances, insisting that she had never done it around her children and that she had only done it socially. She also acknowledged that her associations with others that used illegal substances could have potentially made her and therefore her daughter a target. Shannon admitted to the fact that she wasn't a perfect mother, saying that if her involvement with users was the reason why Kirsten was gone, then she was indeed guilty. Police had thought all along that Kirsten was abducted by someone close to her or her family in some way. This included relatives and any friends of the family, so therefore it included Shannon's less than upstanding friends. Their rationale was based on the idea that a stranger would likely have encountered difficulty in quietly carrying Kirsten out of the window and then over the fence without causing a commotion. Several people close to the Hatfield family, including other family members, underwent polygraph examinations, and some of them even failed to pass. But these examinations did not yield enough evidence to bring charges against anyone. The lack of any definitive proof of what had occurred, making the investigation almost impossible to solve. As the months turned into years, Kirsten's family grappled with the heart-wrenching absence of their daughter. Their lives were forever altered by the inexplicable void left by Kirsten's disappearance, burning with the knowledge that it would likely never be solved. Time had passed, but the questions surrounding her whereabouts continued to haunt them. Childhood photos of Kirsten were aged with technology. The idea of this was to reflect what she might look like now as a teenager and a young adult. However, no sightings would ever be reported. The community had begun to move on without Kirsten in their lives, and her family eventually did their best to follow.
Lois Grigsby lives 2 doors down from where little Kirsten lived back in 1997.
It brings tears to my eyes, you know, just even knowing that the little girl had come up abducted, you know, out of that house.
not just heartache, but also fear for her own children.
When she told me that, I literally took the air conditioner out of his window and nailed the window shut.
A few doors down, Jennifer Meeks, new to the street and to motherhood, was shocked to hear her neighborhood's past.
Oh my God, that's very scary. That's very scary because we got a little 9-month-old.
Today, the search continues for the next tip, next sighting, next lead for the little girl who would be 26 today.
She was never found, so it's possible she is still alive. Different people have different feelings on that.
In June of 2015, nearly 20 years after Kirsten vanished, a fresh perspective arrived when a new investigator joined the Midwest City Police Department. This diligent investigator, with the knowledge of the latest advancements in DNA technology, decided to review the cold case of Kirsten Hatfield. It became evident that there were critical pieces of evidence that had not been subjected to DNA testing, along with some other evidence that could benefit from re-examination using newer forensic tools. This breakthrough signaled a renewed hope for answers and for justice in Kirsten's case. With the case re-sparked by forensic technology, the new investigators at the police station decided to revisit everyone they had questioned way back in the original case and request a DNA sample from each. One of these men was Anthony Joseph Palmer. He lived just 2 doors down from the Hatfields on Jet Drive. Investigators visited his home that he lived in with his now wife. He married her a short time after Kirsten's abduction. When questioned about his reactions to the case, Palmer's wife revealed that her husband still harbored strong emotions when the case was mentioned, saying that it was especially hard to deal with as she had disappeared so close to their home. When questioned about his involvement in Kirsten's disappearance, Anthony denied any wrongdoing, and he did agree to provide a DNA swab for testing. Everyone they had questioned back in 1997 who had agreed to give a sample was swiftly tested against the DNA found on the windowsill and on the fence of Kirsten's home. The analysis of Anthony Palmer's DNA revealed an astonishing match with the DNA found at the crime scene. The probability of this match was estimated at 1 in 293 sextillion. This made it basically impossible to be anyone else's DNA. This proved that the new technology was exactly what officers needed to catch a break. Palmer's DNA was found to be a match on Kirsten's underwear discovered in the backyard, as well as on her bedroom windowsill. As a result of this compelling evidence that had finally been collected, Tony Palmer was arrested in October of 2015, marking a huge development in the case and a major step towards seeking justice for Kirsten.
Tell you anymore, I drink a lot of water. I had some stomach issues and the doc says drink water. It really helps with the indigestion real bad. It's just chewing. I thank you for coming down here to talk to us.
Well, as a state employee, it's something we have to do.
Well,
we have to abide by all
we appreciate
law enforcement and all that.
And here's where we're kind of bad. We're still looking at the Kirsten Hatfield thing, and we're going back and we're talking to a lot of people. And I know over the years...
You weren't there the first time they came down, were you?
No. I was with Miller the last time we came to talk to you about the other deal. Over 17 years, I know in my life, I've changed a lot. And so we wanted to talk to you about if you can kind of tell me 17 years ago how your life was, how that neighborhood was, what was going on in that neighborhood. I know I've read some of the reports that from the interviews before, and how it appears to me that they call you Uncle Tony around there because you care about the kids. You were feeding some of the kids.
Yeah. Basically, when I lived there was a bunch of older people. That was like not a retirement place, but most of the people in that area were old retirees.
Yeah.
And, I like doing stuff all the time. I was always outside, and if somebody's working on their vehicle, got to go be busybody, and help them, or somebody's washing machine was broke down, and the older people, they can't nights, older people,
Right.
can't do stuff. And I've always been mechanically inclined, where I could figure stuff out,
Right.
or help them move this, or, just, I've always been, I don't know about friendly, but neighborly.
Right.
And that being my first home,
Right.
I tried to make it where that neighborhood was my home.
Yeah. Well, did you help any of the kids over there?
Well, when
feed them pizza.
Yeah, there's always, that's
Your
my
Kool-Aid house?
Well, I don't know about Kool-Aid. That's always been my pet peeve is I grew up hungry. And there's a lot of kids hungry. Yeah. And I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not where I'd go down of my way, hey, you hungry? But I mean, you see kids, you're over there eating something and they're just,
right.
You see them draw it, here,
Right.
take it.
Right.
I can't stand that.
That's one of the stories I want to turn my phone off so people will leave me alone.
Before we get started here, Tony, let me go ahead and I want to read you your Miranda warning, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish one. And if you decide to make a statement, you can stop at any time. And do you understand each of those rights I've explained to you? Having those rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us?
Yes.
Do you mind just initially kind of take us back to 1997 and go back over that, maybe that evening before and into that morning when all of it all kind of started blowing up, and just best you can tell us everything you remember. And take your time. I know we're going back some years.
Yeah, I'm starting to get that old timer stuff. But really the only thing I can really remember is afterwards, when, because it was just a typical day. Got off work, went home, had supper, watched TV, went out, because used to being a landscaper, my yard was my pride.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wanted to play in my yard because my yard was nothing but Bermuda. I just had Bermuda grass.
Sure.
But I mean, not that they came over there, but that's what I did. I always worked on my yard.
Mm-hmm. And back then you said you were working at the Capitol?
Yes.
So, okay. So you were very experienced at keeping the yard up.
Oh yeah. I got chemical license, all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the day or evening before? You said it was just a typical day. You worked all day and then went home. You remember anything unusual about that evening that stands out to you?
No, other than what I told them about, seeing the white truck, in front of the white Chevy truck in front of their yard.
Okay.
Like I said, I didn't have anything to do with those people. Didn't know them at all.
Okay.
It's not like I went, hey, yeah, you got little girls. No, it wasn't nothing like that.
Okay.
I was outside working on my yard, either talking to the neighbors or kid would come by, Tony, can you fix my bike? Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like I'd tell them to come over or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't go to other people's houses unless, I was needed or something like that. But everybody just got, oh, Tony will fix your bike and blah, 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 And I tried to make it feel like, that was kind of a safe place, because I had Tristy at the time. She wasn't there during that time, but I had Tristy there since she was, small. And whenever she was there, the kids would come and play with her. And
now, who is Tristy?
She was one of my girlfriend's daughters that stayed with me a lot.
Okay. So you had a good bond with Tristy, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
But she
and her mom.
So you never, I'm assuming you probably saw Shannon and Kirsten running around the neighborhood and so forth.
To tell you the truth, until that happened, I think I seen the kid one time. She was playing with Crystal that lived up the street. But I don't remember if it was in that time frame or what. I don't really know. Because like I said, I didn't pay no attention.
Okay. Do you remember ever giving food to Kirsten
no.
talking to Kirsten?
No.
Was she ever at your house?
No.
Anything like that? Okay.
No.
And do you remember?
I'm actually a leery guy until, you know, people start coming around. You know, I'm not just, oh yeah, I will be your friend, you know. No, not like that.
Yeah.
But I didn't know, didn't pay attention to, you know, who all was there or who they were, you know, things like that in my world just fall in place. You know, we accidentally meet, oh, okay, yeah, now I know you know then, but no, never.
Do you ever recall helping Kirsten with her bike or anything? You don't remember any interactions with her at all?
No, I know there wasn't any interactions. I didn't know them at all. And like I said, I don't even know how long they'd been living there until that happened.
Okay.
Because I was always, that was back when I was fishing. I'd usually come off of work, I'd load up my poles, go to Draper. And sometimes I'd stay there all night.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd always have, you know, second jobs, you know, after hour jobs, either landscaping or anything to make a buck.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that Detective Miller talked to you this before, but am I correct that you said you had never been over there mowing for Shannon or working on her property or? Okay. Seems like that come up. Somebody thought you might have been mowing over there or something.
No, he was asking it's about something about a handyman. Is what he was asking me about.
Okay. Well, do you remember ever mowing over there or anything like that?
No.
Okay. While they lived there, do you remember ever being in the yard, the front or backyard for any reason? Okay. How about in the house?
Nope.
Okay. So there was never any time that Shannon asked for your help to fix this or that or mow the yard for me or... Let me bounce back a little bit. We got off a little bit off track. I was kind of having you go back over what you remembered through the night, and I read over the FBI notes that they took when they talked to you. I guess there was some information about you hearing dogs barking.
Yeah, I had a dog in the backyard. His name was Dog. About 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, he went to raising hell. So I just, you know, believe it or not, in my neighborhood, we still got skunks and possums and stuff like that, plus other dogs, you know. Mm-hmm. So I don't know why that woke me up, but because I usually didn't wake up, and usually he's out inside anyway. But it woke me up, and he was barking at that back fence, at our back fence. But at the time, as you walk out my back door, I had an old apricot tree. So unless you went out there, you know, you couldn't see. And I just hollered at him because, you know, thinking it was another dog, or because there was always, and traffic, there was human traffic back there. But usually it was other dogs, yeah. There was other dogs or cats, and there was always animals through there. So I just, you know, I really didn't think nothing about it. I just hollered at him, and he came in, and I went back to bed.
So you actually let him back into the house? Yeah. So you opened, your back door, I'm assuming, and let him in? Did you go investigate? No. Did you look down the alley? No. Anything like that?
No. Because usually in the past, whenever I did, that's what it was, you know, either another dog or people use that alleyway, you know, to get through. Why, I don't know, because, I mean, I don't know where you'd be going other than from house to house, but there was always, not always, but there was traffic.
Okay. And speaking of the alleyway, did you have any kind of a gate or anything that went out to it? So you didn't have access to it through your backyard? No. I mean, I think that'd be ideal to be able to go out into the alley and you could back a trailer up, and it just seems like everybody had a gate.
Well, the house next door to me didn't have a fence. So whenever I weed eated or, you know, did whatever, because I always weed eated, you know, 2 foot around from my fence, you know, next door, and then that alleyway, which the alleyway was...
Because I read your statement, you said you saw your gate ajar. Which gate was that?
Gate ajar.
Yeah. You didn't have a gate on the back or on the side? Did you have a gate on the side of the house?
Yeah, we got a gate. Well, it's a gate, but no, it wasn't ajar.
Okay. Anything else that night after you let Dog back in? Did anything else occur that you remember?
No, I went back to bed, being done.
Okay. And then when did you first become aware of Kirsten was missing and all that's going on?
Well, the next day there was all that activity, and I asked a neighbor across the street what was going on. They said they couldn't find Kirsten, and I didn't think nothing about it, you know. I went to work, and then I don't remember if she called me or I called over there or what, and they said they was wanting people back, you know, because they wanted to go to our houses and blah, blah, blah. So clocked out and came back home.
Do you remember what time it was that you clocked out, came back home? Was this morning? Was this afternoon?
It was probably mid-morning, something like that.
Now, who was the friend that you were communicating with?
It was, and I don't know what her name is. Y'all showed me a picture of her.
Okay.
I think y'all showed me a picture of her. Anyway, of her husband, Don.
Is this the Halseys, Tiffany Halsey and Don Halsey?
I guess, yeah.
I'm not sure if Mr. Halsey is Don or not. Did you have
somebody had called me and said that we were wanted back at our house.
Okay.
So I came home.
Okay. And then what happened?
I just sat there.
Did any of our officers or the FBI or anybody come by?
It was the FBI. Yeah.
Okay.
They came in, took statements, you know, walked through the house and, you know, wanted to go in the backyard and, you know, because I had a shed back there. He wanted to look in the shed and.
Okay. So he did look through the house and look through the shed? Yeah. You probably don't remember who that was, I'm sure.
No.
Okay. And was he just asking you general questions about Kirsten, and did you know her, have you seen her, that kind of thing, or?
Basically.
Did you write out a statement for him, or was it just a conversation?
I thought he wrote out a statement.
Okay.
But he asked me if he'd come in, he wanted, you know, asked me what I knew, which at the time really wasn't anything. He said they was going through canvassing the neighborhood and, you know, asking everybody and. So, yeah.
17 years ago, Tony, were you experimenting with any drugs?
No.
Never did?
No. I drink beer.
That's it? Just drink?
I drink beer. But as far as drugs, no.
Was Kirsten ever one of the kids that you had seen, or was there any talk in the neighborhood about her being mistreated or abused or in need?
No, because like I said, I had no inkling that they even existed until after that. I didn't know.
You had never seen her? Anything
maybe once or twice and didn't think nothing about it. You know, just another kid.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. How about just generally, like who were your friends, best you can recall back then?
Basically just people that I worked with.
Okay. Up there at the Capitol?
Right.
No long lost pal from school or anything?
Yeah.
I guess you moved off from New Mexico and left them there, didn't you?
And I'm not the kind that goes to a bar. You know, if I'm going to drink, I drink at home. I mean, I know I've met a lot of people, but.
So you would drink some, but didn't experiment with drugs, didn't do marijuana, anything?
No.
Did they drug test back in them days? At your work?
Well, they always hung that over on us, you know, but we never got UA.
Okay. So it was kind of the threat.
Yeah. There was some I wish they would have.
You ever had any trouble with the law?
Oh, yeah.
Before?
Years ago, first-degree burglary and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. I think I told your partner that.
Really?
Back when I was a dumb kid.
How long ago was that?
I think they turned 18.
Oh, so you were just a boy.
Yeah. And all about it, my girlfriend.
Where was that at?
Walters, Oklahoma.
Oh, okay, up in Cotton County.
Yep.
And
when I got out of Job Corps, they found me a job there in Walters as a diesel mechanic.
Is that what your training was?
Actually, I was training for auto mechanic, but they found me a job as a diesel mechanic, and the counselor at Job Corps, he made some deal with the government that if the government or the employer would pay half the wages, they would pay, you know, for OJT.
Right. Uh-huh.
So it was a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it was. I'm surprised that you didn't stay with that. Those diesel mechanics make some money.
Yeah, but It's hard work.
Or is it? It can be harder than weed eating.
Yes, it can too. Some of them parts weigh, heads for one of the birth stalls is probably 200 pounds, and you got a tire about that high, and you got to get it up on that and get it, on the block, and then you're torquing stuff at 240 foot-pounds, laying on your back, and it's hard.
In the last 17 years, Tony, have you changed much? Is this how you were 17 years ago? Just a hard-working man?
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah.
Okay.
I've changed older-wise, but no.
I'm not the same person I was 17 years ago. I've matured a little bit.
I wish I could say that.
Life changes people, as you get older, you start recognizing things that you could handle differently than what you, if you had it to do over again, you'd change, I can truly say
that's the thing, we can't ever change it.
Yeah, no, you can't change what happened, but sometimes you can make things better. I remember a few years ago, I went to my high school reunion, and I seen a kid that, honestly, I just tormented to death. I was able to find him and
make amends.
I make amends and apologize and tell him how, that I was immature at the time and ask for his forgiveness. And, I think by the end he actually remembered some of the things I'd done, and we talked about it, and I felt a lot better, and I think he felt better at the end. I know I did when he said he gave me some absolution, some forgiveness. Hey, I know you weren't very mature back then, and
Well, it's good for your own self-respect too.
It is to get it out. And I tell you what, the weight, and I don't know why God had put on me a burden of guilt. I don't want to use the word guilt, but I really felt like after I did that, I had a new outlook.
You get to go fishing?
Yeah.
For a week?
Yeah. Don't
I call it vacation.
Because when he's gone,
do whatever you want.
It's all right.
It's my therapy.
It's all right.
Actually, it is therapy. It's very good therapy.
It is, because I'm like you. I work. That's all I ever known was work. But now my wife doesn't understand that working is therapy too, especially.
Well, I've always suffered from depression back when I was a young kid. So, and that always seems like working, I guess, gets your mind off of whatever it is you're thinking about, or whatever. So that's all I do is work.
It gives you a sense of accomplishment too. That's one thing we really.
Well, especially when your folks tell you that you ain't worth a shit, you'll never amount to yellow beans and blah 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 blah. Yeah.
I know.
Showed you, didn't it? Still
Is that how you grew up in a tough environment like that?
That's a shame. I remember my dad. I wrestled and went to state, and Dad never saw me wrestle. And I asked him about it one day, and because it bothered me for years, and he goes, "Well, I never discouraged you from doing it."
And that hit you.
And he goes, my dad would, because down there on the farm, Pa, he was a rough man. He would browbeat those boys. So Dad has progressed to. He's better than his father. Hopefully, I'm better than my father was as far as encouraging.
Yeah, but that telling you that he didn't discourage you, what for? You ain't gonna be worth a damn. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Don't.
That's wrong.
Been there, done that. Yeah.
And that affects you.
Yeah.
That stays with you for life. I'm always on my boy because my grandson's the greatest thing that walks the face of the earth, and I'm always on him. Hey, you're too hard on that boy. You're too hard on that boy. You're too hard on him. And so hopefully he's a better father than I am. He is. So, but I was very fortunate to get some things off my chest over the years, and as I get older, my dad has even talked to me about things that he has wished he had redone,
Yeah, I think everybody has. The only thing that really, and that's probably getting completely off the deal, but when I left Walters, when I got in trouble with Walters, I was going out with an angel.
A good woman, huh?
My biggest mistake. Yeah, I fucked up big time.
Did you?
That's the only time I can really say that I fucked up.
Lose your temper.
Well, yeah, that's basically what had happened. You know, he was picking on her, and I had, like a dumb kid, had to go do something about it. You know.
Well, not necessarily a dumb kid. Sometimes men got to do.
Well, now, you know, there's other ways of doing stuff, but, and of course, I've been drinking.
Right. That's not the best decision-making process. Conducive to great decision-making, believe me. I was telling my partner as we was driving out to your work that I was 16 years old and we'd cut school, and back then that's where we went drinking.
Dirty Bird?
Dirty Bird. And
did you ever lose any jewelry after?
No, but I put my Mustang in the ditch out there, and I shouldn't have. And I tried
I
to
was
hide
telling
it.
them I've probably found 200 gold rings since I've been out there.
Wow.
Do they wash up on the bank with current and waves, or do you think they get lost there?
Well, they get lost and then they get covered up, you know, because of the wave action, and then the wave action uncovers it again, and then you have to be at the right time at the right place.
Yeah.
So every time, you know, after the wind's blowing, you know, I check my shoreline. Because I hate glass in the water.
Yeah.
That's another one of my pet peeves.
Yeah.
Stepping on that.
Yeah.
Well, first month I was there, I was out at Turkey Pass picking up trash, and people were in from out of state. Kid goes in the water, what's the first thing he does? Steps on a damn rusty hook.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, I thought, no. So every day, I'd go out there and I'd have a couple 5-gallon buckets, and I'd fill them suckers up. I figured, you know, I'd do that enough, you know, I'd get it all, but you don't. Mm-hmm. You'd be surprised. You get out there and you have it spotless, next day, next swim, like nothing ever, you know, you never did that, nothing.
Hey, to get back to what we're here about, I mean, you've been living there all these years since Kirsten went missing. I'm curious about your thoughts on what happened, who might be involved, that kind of thing.
I don't know, to tell you the truth. Like I said, I didn't know him. But one thing that's always bothered me, that she left, the mom. Mm-hmm. She went to Jones, I guess, with her dad or something like that. You could have got me off out of my house. I mean, I know, what if she comes back, or, you know, what if somebody makes a call, or, you know, something like that. There was no way I'd left that house. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing that bothers me.
Yeah. So you felt like she shouldn't have left, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever at any point over these years, or back when it occurred, have any knowledge of what happened, or know who was involved?
No.
Were you in any way involved?
No.
So you're not responsible for Kirsten's disappearance?
No.
Didn't play any part in that?
No. Like I said, didn't know him. Didn't have, like I said, I just barely, you know, might have seen her once, twice, playing with the kids, but other than that, I didn't know him.
What, just out of curiosity, what do you think the motivation was of whoever did this? I mean, why would this have happened?
Well, then I couldn't have told you, but after, over the years, you know, and hearing the rumors and this and that and the other, it always boils down to drugs. You know, I heard that she was on meth and cocaine, and Dawn's wife was the same thing. You know, she said, yeah, she'd been over there, you know, that night, and they got lit up. So apparently she did get lit up because, you know, if somebody did come in, I mean, wouldn't you have heard it? I don't know.
So
but I know
does that mean that she left Kirsten home alone, you think? Or
I don't know. I'm sure she did. But I don't know. Like I said, I didn't know. And I really didn't pay much attention to Don and his wife. It's just,
where did they live? I'm pretty sure
kind of catty corner for me.
Straight across the street?
Not straight, just catty corner. A little white house, catty corner for me.
Okay.
And they had 2 or 3 kids, and I'd come home one day, I was rewarding myself. I did something, and I was stopped at Kentucky Fried Chicken, got me a family pack of chicken. I was going to go down. And the kids, whenever I walked up, they was just, the way they were eyeballing me, you know, like they hadn't ate nothing. I mean, they were really, if you'd have seen them, you'd have thought that too, because I mean, they were skinny. So I got me a piece of chicken, I was chewing on it, and they just, you want some chicken? Yeah. Is that all right if they can have this? Yeah. Because no, it's not, no, it's something everybody ought to do. When you got kids that are, you know.
Yeah.
And I know he was a welder by trade, but he, you know, talking to him a time or two, you know, things weren't going right for him, and, you know, he didn't have money and all that. So, yeah, I didn't have a problem, you know.
Who are we talking about? Was a welder? Don? Okay. From looking back over the history, I understood that Shannon's brother, I guess, stayed with you for a short time.
Aaron.
Yeah,
Aaron.
Tell us about that. How did that happen? And
he was in the neighborhood, you know, he's apparently looking for, you know, his niece.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm out there one day and he stops and he talks, you know anything, and blah, 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 you know, and we just got to talking, and, you know, he's living in a damn, you know, under a bridge, and dude, you know, I found out already that night that he'd been locked up, you know, so he wasn't a suspect in my books. So, yeah, I opened my house to him, you know, if you ain't got no, because I did that for anybody, you know. It's sick to say, but that's the kind of guy I am. So he needed a place to stay. There's a couch, you know, you can trash here for a couple days and, you know, try to do what you got to do to, you know, figure out what happened to your niece. Because, I mean, to me, that's, like y'all, that's serious.
Sure, absolutely.
That's a serious
How long after Kirsten went missing did this happen? Was it like the same week? Was it
probably in the same week.
in the same week?
Yeah.
And then
I can't verify that because, like I said, that's been a while.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, it was probably about in the same week.
How long did Aaron stay there with you?
Just a couple of days, and then, you know, he'd go off, and then he'd come back, and then I wound up having to just tell him he couldn't come back because he was on meth too. At the time, didn't know it.
And I think too, because you've heard that Shannon was using drugs too.
I mean, I don't know for a fact, but that's what I heard.
And I'll just say this: if you ever partied with them, if you knew they were doing drugs or witnessed it, just tell us that.
No, no,
we're not.
No, I don't. No. Like I said, and y'all know, you got people that do drugs, you got people that drink, and you don't do drink, and you don't, you know, I drink.
Yeah.
But no, I never partied with him. And I never partied with Don and his wife.
Okay. Now, did you know Aaron at all before?
No.
So you'd never met him, never talked to him before either? Did he ever confide in you anything about the case or anything about
Just
Shannon?
He couldn't clear his sister.
We talked about, had you ever been in the backyard? Had you ever been in the house? All those things. And you said you hadn't.
No, while they were there, no.
Okay. Well, I don't believe you. Tony, I don't think you're telling the whole truth, okay? Your DNA is in the backyard the morning that she was discovered missing, okay? And on her window, and on the panties she'd been wearing the night before that were recovered in the backyard.
No, not me, because no. I find it far-fetched, but no. Because I don't know, I didn't know him.
And maybe you didn't know him, Tony, but
I didn't have no business over there at all.
That may be also. What we need to talk about is what you were doing in that backyard that night and what happened. We need to get to the truth of
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Were you there trying to help Kirsten?
No. Like I said, I didn't know anything about them people at all. Nothing. Never met them. Never said hi, bye, nothing.
Well, here's our problem with that, is how did your DNA get there then?
Don't know.
I mean, is this something that's gone on, Tony, that is this one of those things from 17 years ago that a split-second decision has haunted you for 17 years?
I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Were you there to help her?
No. Like I said, I have nothing to do with them people. Nothing. I didn't know them at all.
Okay, so how did your DNA
I have no idea.
There.
I have no idea.
Tony, your blood is on her window. Your blood is on Kirsten's panties.
I don't see how that can happen.
Well, it happens when you're injured in some way, and your blood gets transferred to her window and those panties.
And here's
And it
what
gets
I
left
think
behind.
happened. I think you were there to help.
No. I wasn't there, period.
So how did your blood get there?
I have no idea.
Tony, you were there. This is scientific evidence. It's not a debate. It's not anything that can be argued.
And here's the point where I really feel you're a good guy. I mean, you've worked 29 years at a hard job. You came up rough like I did. Came up poor.
Yeah, but that's beside the point. I had nothing to do with any of this.
But here's the thing. I don't think that was your intention. You're going to have to explain this.
If you were there, how I do it.
If you were there, if you were there because you heard her yelling for help from your backyard, and you go over there to see because you knew that her mother was a meth head and that she was probably at home alone, and you went over there to help,
No.
and you went to the backyard to avoid a conflict with the mother, and you was just going to take care of this little girl because just like you, growing up, you didn't want her being treated that way. That's how understandable things become.
Yeah, I could understand that, but I don't understand how you're getting my DNA.
Maybe, well, exactly? How was your blood there?
I have no idea.
Well,
I wasn't there at all.
We weren't there either. All we have is this, the evidence that was collected. I didn't collect it. It was collected 17 years ago, Tony. But it's there. And we have to deal with this. And you're saying you were never there.
No.
There's no reason it should be there.
No.
It's not helping your cause. What's going to help your cause is to explain to us how it's there.
I
because the
don't have a clue.
Because the fact it's there is the gorilla in the room. Now, there's a reasonable explanation as to why you were there, and you were there to help Kirsten.
No.
You were there you had a relationship with Shannon.
No. Never knew her.
You were there as a peeping Tom or something of this nature.
No.
Then those are explainable.
Yeah, I understand that, but no. Never there.
Never there.
Never there.
Can't give us any reason why your blood would be there.
No.
Tony, the worst thing you can do for yourself right now in this position is lie and not be truthful.
I'm being truthful, dude.
No.
I don't know how, I can't explain why y'all are finding this.
Well, your blood is in that backyard the morning that she's discovered missing, okay? This is your chance, Tony.
I understand that,
to explain what happened. Maybe you didn't mean for whatever happened to happen.
There.
You were there.
You were there. Was
There's
you
no
in
doubt
a
about
depression? Was that a period when you were going through a depression and drinking and getting depressed, and you don't remember until later what actually occurred?
I don't even think I was drinking that night. To tell you the truth, I might have been, but I don't think so. And I was in bed. And
So
I'm pretty sure I don't sleepwalk.
This isn't a deal where you got drunk the night before and actually went through with some urges you had.
No.
Whether you're attracted to little girls
No.
or whatever.
I've never been attracted to little girls or little boys.
Well, once again, how is your blood there?
I don't know.
Do you not believe me when I tell you that we have your DNA?
No, I don't.
You don't believe me? Okay. And I can show you the.
Oh, I'm sure you could if that's what that. But I don't know how that could have happened.
Well,
I wasn't there.
There's more to this story, Tony, and that's what we're hoping to get from you today. And this is your opportunity to be truthful and to take responsibility for whatever happened.
Yeah, if I was responsible, that'd be different.
Okay. Well, with that said, were you there and somebody else was there and actually took her and maybe you left your DNA behind?
There. I'm not into little girls and I'm not a window peeper.
Okay. Was there some other explanation for why you were in that backyard that night?
I wasn't in that backyard. I don't know how my blood could have been there or what. I know I went to bed. I know when the dog woke me up, I didn't go out my back door. I let dog in, and I went back to bed.
Well, Tony, I don't know how to impress upon you any more than we've got the physical evidence there. And we have to deal with that, Tony. We really do. And we have to get to a point where we can explain that.
I understand that.
Well, help me do that.
I wish I could. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Okay.
I don't sleepwalk.
Tony, I think that you've been living with this a long time. And I think
Living with what?
With what happened. And I think that it's one of those things, Tony, where you're scared, but I think there's some verses that says, at some point everything is known. And I truly believe that. And one of these days that you're going to have to come to realize that. And I think that your best bet is simply tell the truth.
I've been telling the truth.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, what you're telling me doesn't align with any of the physical evidence that we have. And unless there's a huge conspiracy to the FBI and the OSBI and our officers from 17 years ago to frame you, we have to explain this. And I really think you need to talk about it, because I think that's the best thing for you to do is simply tell us the truth. I think you're going to feel better about it. You're going to have a weight lifted off your shoulders.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, you got somebody's blood, but not mine. I was not there.
Okay.
Not that night, not the night before, not the night after.
Did someone talk you into doing something, going with them?
No, I wouldn't do that.
So how do we explain your blood?
I have no idea.
Well, the blood's going to have to be explained, Tony. It's going to have to be. Yeah, I mean,
and I'm trying to go in my head how anything, but whenever she was living there, I didn't go there. I was there when William was there. Yeah. And even then, I don't see how I'd have cut myself on a window.
Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't there, brother.
I don't know either.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you that the physical evidence is going to have to be explained.
No disrespect, I get the impression maybe you don't believe me when I told you what I told you. So I want to just bring you the copy directly from OSBI, and we've highlighted it here for you, okay? I just want you to understand that this isn't a bluff, Tony. You see those odds? Those odds, I can just tell you that from my years of experience, I've never seen at that level, which means this is your DNA. Okay, this is your blood, Tony. That's Kirsten's panties that her mom identified that she had on that night. And that's where your blood was found, as well as on her windowsill. So this isn't just and just so you'll know, we also located some blood on the fence picket, and it's still out for testing. But I suspect that there's a good chance that'll come back to you.
I can't explain it.
And that's what I want to give you an opportunity to do, is explain it, because it's scientific evidence. We know for a fact it's your blood. And of course, Tony, I don't have to tell you that when these panties are identified as Kirsten's, then Mom says, yeah, she was wearing those the night before. And the next morning at dawn, your blood is found in them at the back fence of the property. I mean, if you're in my position as the detective, what does that tell you?
Don't look good for me.
No. And I just want to plead with you to be honest.
I want to be honest.
I want
and
you to
I'm
be
doing
honest.
honest.
Yeah.
I don't.
Tony, I think this has gone on for so many years and has been unsolved, as you well know, for a long, long time. And I'm sure you've told people countless times, I had nothing to do with it, I don't know anything about it, et cetera, et cetera. But this isn't the time to keep saying the same old routine, because this isn't going away. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, this is scientific evidence, Tony. That's your DNA. That's your cells from your body. Tell me what happened. How did you get injured?
I'm trying to figure it out myself. What all this is about.
I mean, you were in some way injured for your blood to be on her window and for your blood to be in her panties. What I want to know from you, was there some kind of a dispute between you and Kirsten?
I had no dealings with those people. Didn't know nothing about them.
I believe
at
that.
all.
I believe that. But I also believe that this is your DNA on her windowsill and your DNA on her panties in the backyard. I don't doubt that you didn't know them, but that doesn't take this away. This isn't going anywhere. And we've got to get to the truth of the matter. I mean, for you to sit here and say, I've never been in that backyard and I wasn't there, it's a lie, Tony.
Yeah,
that's not the truth.
Saying, yeah.
It's not the truth. And I got to believe, if I can speak frankly, you seem like a good guy. And I know if I'd made a mistake like that, and we all make mistakes, we're all sinners, but I got to believe this has been bugging you for your entire life since it happened. Right. So you're telling me what happened that morning or that night hadn't been bothering you all these years?
That's not me.
Was that the alcohol, or were you experimenting with something else?
I don't do drugs, and I don't know. I'm still trying to fathom in my mind what my blood.
Yeah.
I was nowhere around there, didn't know them people, didn't have no dealings with them people, didn't care about them people.
Tony, this is your
I understand,
opportunity.
okay.
You can sit here and say that same crap over and over. You and I both know that's not the truth.
No, the truth will have to come out. I don't understand this.
The truth is what needs to come out.
Yeah.
And you're the only person that can do that. You're the only person that can bring Kirsten back and let her family have a proper burial for her. You're the person that can help do that. You made a mistake, Tony. Okay, you made a huge mistake. Do what's right now. Take responsibility for what happened and help us get Kirsten back.
Can't help you. Don't know. I don't understand.
You said that's not me, and when somebody says that to me, what it says is I wasn't in my right mind. I was under the influence.
But in the influence, like I said, if I had a beer, I might have had two. I went to bed. I always go to bed. I'm a 10 o'clock bedtime guy. The only reasons here lately I haven't been going to sleep is because I have to have a treatment. And I wake up every 2.5 hours, 3 hours, take treatment, go back to sleep. I have nothing bothering me. other than breathing problems.
So your conscience hadn't been bothering you for all these years?
No.
Let me ask you this. Your wife told us that every year on Kirsten's anniversary that you're upset about it, that you go through a phase of being depressed and upset about it.
And the reason that is, it's on the news, and yeah, how do you feel about it? Well, yeah, I'm going to be upset. I mean, it's a missing child. Duh.
If you want to carry it to your grave and not do what's right, that's on you. But you need to think about what you're doing, because right now, these decisions you're making.
How's my damn blood or me, because I was not there. And I know in that night I was in my same mind.
We need to figure this out.
Yeah, you do.
But you're my key. You're the only one that can help me, Tony. I want you to help me.
If I could, I would, because it's making me look real bad.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not going to browbeat you. I'm not going to be mean or anything, but I need the truth. I need
the truth too.
I need to find her. I need to find Kirsten. Help me find her.
I can't help you.
Was there somebody else involved?
I can't help you on that either. No, I didn't help anybody or help myself take this girl.
Then how do you explain the blood?
I don't. And I can't.
Let me see your arm. You have a scar on your arm. What happened there?
I was picking up a toilet bowl and it cracked.
When was that?
Last year.
Hey, I don't mean to be rude. I'm Major David Huff. I'm pretty much these guys' boss. The guys have been out there kind of talking to me about the interview. What do you say? Let's take a break for just a minute. I don't want you getting upset at us. We really are trying to get to the truth, but I don't want you getting upset with us. Take a drink of water. We'll just relax for a minute, okay?
I can explain this. And the only thing that I'm thinking right now is, I'm being set up because we want to close this case. That's the only thing that's coming in my head right now. Seriously.
Okay. Well, I understand what you're saying. I'm going to be honest with you. When this first stuff, the stuff first came out, the DNA, I want you to understand how it works, because not everybody does this, so it wouldn't be uncommon for you not to know. The normal person that doesn't do police work doesn't know. The DNA that we got off of these panties, that was taken all the way back when it happened, okay? And it was put into a container where we could keep it indefinitely, all right? It's been there ever since. The FBI took it when they were helping us. It was there, okay? We had what was called an unknown DNA sample. We knew that it was human DNA. We can tell that.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, right? We knew that it was human DNA, okay? And we knew it was human DNA from a male. We can know that. What we don't know, when we got it back then, we didn't know the name attached to it. We didn't know whose DNA that was, okay? When the FBI and Detective Miller went out and got those swabs, okay, they got them from a bunch of people, all right? You being one of them. Then it was tested against a sample that was taken off the windowsill and off of the panties, which, by the way, I don't know if they told you this or not, but also has Kirsten's DNA on it. Because little kids, they do a little pee-pee in their pants and skid marks. So her DNA's on it, your DNA's on it, and it's also on the windowsill. That was all done way back when this all happened. It's just now that the DNA results have come back. And I don't know if they told you this. You seem like an intelligent man. So to help you comprehend when we're talking about when we say we know this to be a fact, the number sextillion, what this is saying, if you take a 1 and you put 21 zeros behind it,
Yeah,
it's yours. Anybody in the world, any scientist is going to say that is your blood. Now, obviously, when we have a case like this, we're not going to, Mr. Palmer, we're not going to lay out everything that we know and everything we have. That's just not the way it works. It'd be counterproductive. We're not going to do it. There's more than this, but we want to try to get you to digest one thing at a time. Now, having said that, do we know all the circumstances surrounding what happened that night? We don't. Only God, the person who did it, and Kirsten probably know that. But I'm going to tell you this. We do know that Kirsten was wearing those that night. We do know that your blood's on there and her DNA's on there. And that is just an absolute fact.
Right. Yeah, I understand that.
And I tell you, just listening and talking to you, 17, 18 years now has passed. I'm going on my 25th year here. I worked every case you could probably imagine. So is Detective Miller, like he was telling you. We're not brilliant men by any stretch of the imagination, but when it comes to this stuff, we're pretty darn smart. And this is what it boils down to. This much time can pass, and if something horrible happens in your life that you don't want to remember, you can put it in a little box and put it out here and try to keep it away from you. But it happens. I've had to put horrible things that have happened in my life and put it in a little box out here and just hope that it goes away and that pray that one day it doesn't come out. Because I've seen some terrible things.
I can imagine.
And here's what I think, and what I think may not matter to you, but it's from the heart. This is what I think. I think that you're not an evil person. I don't think you're an evil person. I've heard about your work history. I know all that stuff. I know you're a dependable person, a hardworking man. I think on this one night, this one time, for whatever reason, that some demon inside you made a mistake.
We need your help.
You have another one? I do. I smoke 3 packs a day. Unfortunately for me. And if I could help you, I would help you. Well, I don't like sitting in this situation.
I don't like
this don't look good for me at all.
No. And I've done research on what happened when you was in Walters and stuff like that, and I've listened to part of the interview here this morning. And is there a chance that maybe you blacked out and did it? That you went over here and did something? You said something about you don't think you sleepwalk.
No. I'm just going through scenarios.
Well, what it comes down to is this. We've had a lot of people in this room and interviewed a lot of people about stuff similar to this, unfortunately. And there's 2 kinds of people we deal with. There's the people that when we present the evidence that we've got and they know that they've been found out, they stand up and take some type of responsibility and move on, or they deny it. And to me, that's the folks that are really evil. And I just didn't get the feeling that that was you. But I guess I could be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time.
And I'm still sitting here thinking, April Fool, y'all come up with April Fool. 'Cause that's...
No, well, not something this serious.
No, there's no April Fool.
Where do you think, if someone was to, the person that did do this, where would they take her and dump her at? Or if they would?
Couldn't tell you. I mean, I watch all the cop shows and stuff like that, or what I do watch, and there's no telling.
So you bring up cop shows, so I'm sure you...
My wife likes cop shows.
Yeah, you've watched a lot of
CFI,
stuff like that,
yeah.
so, you know, and most of the classes and all the research and stuff I've done with, you know, missing children, where they're usually located at, they're located, you know, where the suspect lives 2 doors down, 3 doors down, or in the same neighborhood. You know, so, I mean, you've hit the profile, you know, your past history shows that, you know, but...
That's another strike against me.
No, but like I said, people change, Tony. People change. You talk about your home life, how you grew up. I grew up with a single mom that raised 9 kids by herself. And I'm about the only one out of my family that's graduated school, that has a successful job. You know, people tell me, you can't do that, you're a piece of crap.
Yeah, and I showed them that, no.
Right.
It's not about anything like that. I was not sexually molested or abused. I was hated, but I found good in this. You know, he taught me some shit, and that's helped me, you know, go through my life. I know some stuff. I know carpentry, I know mechanics, you know. Yeah. I cuss him to this day because he hated me. Yeah. But
jack of all trades.
That didn't turn me into a monster.
Right.
Because I was hated.
Yeah, and I don't think you're a monster. I think this is just one time something happened and it went a little too far and something had to, you know, an accident.
Actually, I'm in shock is what I am. Like I said, I am still thinking y'all going to say, yeah, well, but this is just a joke, or not a joke, but trying to get me to say something or...
I'm not here to lie. I'm not lying to you about anything. Like I told you from the get-go, you know, my job was to investigate this case and to go out, and I guarantee you, there were probably 30, 40 people that I went out and I got swabs from, just like you did on that day.
I'm in shock. I don't know what to say.
Well, Tony, you're the last person to touch her. You're the last person to touch her. That's her panties. You're the absolute last person that touched Kirsten. That with other things that we have and that we know and that we've learned, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. This guy especially has been pushing to allow him to be able to talk to you and try to make some sense about it and give you an opportunity to tell the truth. I was kind of against it, to be honest with you, because you don't get that kind of scientific evidence every day. That is absolutely the most astronomical thing that you could imagine. It's about like every grain of sand on the whole planet Earth, or the odds that it's not you that were the last person that touched her panties. That was the last person that went through that window. The odds are they're uncomprehendable. So is that the way it's going to be, Tony? Is it going to be a deal where till the day you die, you're going to
proclaim my innocence? Yeah.
Everything that we were going to do here today and everything that you were going to tell us is going to go into a report. It could either be a report saying that he manned up and had some remorse, or it can be that it's that evil person that we were afraid of. And that's up to you. That ball is totally in your court. But it's going to read one way or another. And that's up to you. Because it goes from us to the district attorney and then to the court. So it can read how you want. But giving you this opportunity, that was this gentleman's idea. And I gave him that opportunity, and I'll be able to go home and sleep tight tonight knowing that I gave you that shot. And if you don't want to take that shot, then that's fine. I can't force you to, Tony. All we want is the truth, and all we want is to finally be able to let a mother bury her child. That's what we want. Properly. We want her to be able to
I understand. I know you already think I'm guilty, but I know I'm not. So I don't know what else to tell you.
Tony,
I'm still in shock.
I know you're in shock.
It doesn't compute.
Because it's been 17 years and you thought it was over. That's why you're in shock.
No, what I'm in shock about is you got my blood?
Yeah.
How's that possible?
I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that it is absolute. It is absolute. There is no maybe, there's a possibility. It is absolutely 100%.
Hey, do you want to take a break, give him some time to think about what we talked about?
Do you have any more? Do you have any more to smoke?
Not yet.
Well, go ahead and smoke for a minute. Let us go out here and talk. We'll get your head together. We'll give you one more opportunity to think about what I just said. Okay?
Ask you again. Where's she at?
I can't help you.
Okay, I want you to understand too, and you probably already know this, you're not leaving this room tonight.
I understand that.
And you understand that it's probably going to be quite a while that you're going to spend in jail. Just because we don't have a body doesn't mean that we're not going to be able to charge you with anything.
I understand.
I've got enough evidence against you. But, go ahead.
Tony, there's an arrest warrant in that deal signed by a judge, and it's for murder. And judges don't sign that unless there's probable cause. And to be fair to you, okay, you're not going anywhere. You're being charged with murder. And here's the deal I want you to remember. Right now, we're interviewing every one of your family members. You can probably hear it in the next room. We're already at your house. We will have backhoes, ground penetrating sonar, cadaver dogs, the whole 9 yards.
No. We was laughing about that yesterday.
What's so funny about that?
That if y'all were to ever go in our backyard, well, I got dogs and cats and pets everywhere in that backyard.
What the hell, we was laughing about that, we was watching something on TV.
Like where you bury them?
Or animal show. Well,
So we're not gonna find, and this is your opportunity, because, I mean,
You ain't gonna find Kirsten Hatfield in my backyard.
or on your property anywhere.
No.
Where do I find her?
I don't know.
Did you black out and you took her somewhere and dumped her?
I didn't get her.
Who did?
Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna leave it with, you're that person that has no remorse, and that's the way the report's gonna read.
Sure.
Because what I'm seeing from you is, you could care less if we ever find her, and
Yeah, I did.
you could care less.
Just put a cigarette out for me. Turn around for me. Put your hands on your back. Relax. You're under arrest for murder, kidnapped Kirsten Hatfield.
Following the arrest and as court documents began to be put together, it was suggested that Kirsten may have been targeted by Palmer for predatory reasons, and investigators believed that Palmer had been motivated to remain in the same home. This was to potentially conceal evidence of the crime or the location of Kirsten's body. In an effort to bring closure to the long-standing mystery, officers decided to employ sonar equipment to reopen the search for Kirsten. Now they focused on Palmer's residence.
I've done over 50 cases. I think we've recovered in the neighborhood of a little over 40 people.
And that's just in the past 8 years. Kent Beeler is helping Midwest City Police identify what's buried on this property on Jet Drive. That's him crawling out from underneath the house.
In this particular case, we are looking for an 8-year-old child, and of course that makes for a very, very small person. And so the more time that goes by, the more difficult it is.
The OU professor says even with a ground-penetrating radar and a backhoe, it's a huge undertaking.
We're in an urban environment in a backyard. We have utility lines running all over the place. People dig all kinds of holes in their backyard for all kinds of reasons.
Having looked at the soil and vegetation on the property, he says even after 18 years, remains can still be located if they're here.
Unfortunately, this search yet again yielded no results. But due to the DNA evidence, Palmer was still formally charged with Kirsten's homicide. As he awaited trial in prison, Palmer made an attempt on his own life. However, the injuries incurred were not life-threatening. He was subsequently put on watch so that Kirsten's family could finally gain some type of relief from their suffering. After years of searching for justice, they would not let it slip through their fingers. The trial of Tony Palmer for the homicide of Kirsten Hatfield took place in October of 2017. There, Palmer entered a plea of not guilty in his involvement with Kirsten's disappearance. During the trial, one of Kirsten's school friends testified. They revealed that Palmer had made her and Kirsten uncomfortable. They said this was due to his persistent staring as they played outside. Prosecutors also raised concerns about potential links between Palmer and other assaults.
3 women told the judge they believe Anthony Palmer sexually assaulted them. Now, this happened years ago, so for many of them, talking about it today was very emotional. Anthony, what do you have to say about what these women claim? Anthony Palmer said nothing. Are these women telling the truth about the claims the women made against him? Prosecutors want to show that he has a history of sexual-related crimes and breaking into homes. He's charged with murder. Prosecutors claim the only reason he targeted Kirsten Hatfield was to sexually assault her.
When I was told what he had done, how he had went through the little girl's bedroom window, that just brought everything back, everything that he had done to me.
This witness told the judge she only came forward with her story after hearing how similar her incident was with what happened to Hatfield. Another told the judge Palmer broke into her house and brutally attacked her in her bedroom while her children were in the house.
In one disturbing incident in the late 1970s, Palmer entered his girlfriend's home through a bedroom window and, in the middle of the night, he preyed on his girlfriend's then 8-year-old sister. In a separate case that occurred the year following Kirsten's abduction, Palmer gave his 17-year-old roommate illicit substances without her knowledge. The victim recalled being found without clothing in a bathtub, with Palmer pouring water on her and preying on her with an implement. These stories mounted evidence against Palmer, building a picture of the likelihood to commit a crime of this nature against Kirsten, speaking to his character as a predator. The most damning evidence against Palmer was the DNA evidence presented in court. This left no doubt about his involvement in Kirsten's abduction and homicide. The jury wasted little time and deliberated for just over an hour before reaching a guilty verdict.
Emotions were high this afternoon as that guilty verdict was read. Kirsten Hatfield's family has waited for more than 20 years for some answers in this case. As for Anthony Palma, he was silent as he was led back to jail, and I asked him questions. Any thoughts on the verdict? Can you say where her body is? As you can see, Palma looked straight ahead, and when that verdict was read, he showed no emotion and did not look at the family. The jury heard testimony from witnesses throughout the week, including 3 women who say they were assaulted by Palma in the 1980s and 90s, but the biggest evidence against him, his DNA was found on a pair of Kirsten Hatfield's panties. Those panties were found in the backyard of the family's home the day Kirsten disappeared on May 14th, 1997. Kirsten's remains have never been found, but prosecutor Scott Rowland is hopeful they will find them someday.
We'll continue looking for her until we find her remains, or until this man's heart softens enough so that he sees fit to at least let us recover Kirsten's remains. So far, we haven't seen any kind of remorse or any kind of movement in that regard.
Kirsten's mother, Shannon, and her sister, Faith, also broke down in tears when that verdict was read, and they told me this afternoon this is a moment they weren't sure would ever come.
We are just, I can't explain it, but we are just floored by this miracle, and we are so thankful.
Palma's next court date is November 27th.
Outside the courtroom, Kirsten's mother expressed her relief and gratitude for the outcome. She was overwhelmed by the verdict. She saw it as a miracle that restored her faith in the criminal justice system. Shannon thanked all the men and women involved in bringing integrity to a case that even after all these years had always held a glimmer of hope. Following the trial, Anthony Palmer was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, his time in prison was cut short.
We are following today the man convicted of abducting and killing 8-year-old Kirsten Hatfield 22 years ago is dead. Over the weekend, DOC confirmed Anthony Palma was killed at the state pen in McAllister Friday.
News 9's Chris Gilmore has reaction from Kirsten's family and law enforcement who investigated the case. Chris.
Good morning. Anthony Palma was serving a life sentence without parole when he was killed in his cell on Friday, allegedly by one of his cellmates at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary in McAllister. Now, this cellmate of his, a man serving multiple life sentences for a murder conviction of his own. The news of Palma's death at a maximum security facility has left some asking questions.
In January of 2019, less than 2 years into his life sentence, Palmer was found lifeless in his prison cell at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. He had been throttled and beaten by his cellmate, Raymond Pallado. He was serving a sentence for a triple homicide that he had committed in 2010. Prison officials believed that Palmer was targeted by his cellmate due to the nature of his crime. This resulted in him being attacked with an extension cord. It was common for predators to receive extremely negative, violent treatment from other inmates in prisons, and this was no different. Tragically, with his passing, the location of Kirsten's body, which he had concealed for years, was taken to the grave with him. Midwest City detectives had been planning to visit him in prison later that year. They had hopes that he would reveal the location of Kirsten Hatfield's body. The police chief expressed that Palmer might have had a change of heart, a change which would lead him to finally disclose what he had done with Kirsten's body. However, that hope was never realized. The police chief said that they didn't encourage what had happened in prison, but that some people would say that Palmer received justice for his crimes. The police force's primary concern was the fact that they had not found closure in Kirsten's case, and the chances of locating her body grew extremely slim without Palmer. Police Chief Klebs discussed his curiosity about the events surrounding Kirsten's disappearance. Thinking that Palmer may have confided in someone about what he had done, he encouraged the public to come forward with any information they might have. Anything at all regarding any conversations they may have had with Tony Palmer about Kirsten. Mother Shannon also shared her perspective on Anthony Palmer's arrest and the subsequent events. Shannon emphasized that even though Anthony Palmer had taken her daughter's life, she had forgiven him long before discovering that he was responsible for Kirsten's passing.
I will never give up on her.
The news coming to Shannon in a phone call from family. Her daughter's killer found dead inside of his cell.
I didn't anticipate having so many different emotions. I mean, forgiveness and God and a prayer life and fighting for Anthony Palmer in prayer.
She was hoping time in prison would soften Palmer into confessing where he hid Kirsten's body, so she wrote him letters.
Until Anthony Palmer asked that I stop writing him. Very respectful, but he asked that I just stop writing him.
Was there any part of you that felt this is revenge?
No. I'm not celebrating Anthony Palmer's death. I know that for certain.
She expressed that God's love and forgiveness were essential in helping them navigate Palmer's arrest, the trial, and whatever comes next. She clarified that she wasn't celebrating Palmer's passing, and she extended her prayers to his family, acknowledging that he also had loved ones who cared for him. Kirsten's family is determined to continue looking for her, hoping that investigators search a lake where Anthony Palmer used to work, and that they may uncover evidence related to their daughter's disappearance. However, with Palmer's passing, they too are concerned that the investigation into their daughter's case may lose momentum. Kirsten's mother worries that Palmer's passing might lead to complacency, potentially affecting the efforts to investigate him for any other involvement in missing persons cases. She feels that Kirsten's value is not receiving the attention it deserves, and she seeks prayers, insights, connections, and opportunities to shed light on the darkness that continues to surround her daughter's case. While she maintains faith that God will bring Kirsten's case to a conclusion, she continues to wonder how that will happen without properly saying goodbye.
I've got nothing to do with the abduction of James Lavis, and I've got the backing of the Lavis family, relations, everybody.
Jamie Aaron Lavis was born on the 16th of March 1989. The fact that Jamie was born a healthy little boy was just short of a miracle. Jamie was in fact one of twins, but sadly his brother was lost in utero. He was in many ways a typical young lad, described by his mother as being cheeky, funny, and as making everyone happy. He was well known and liked in the local community, and he enjoyed spending time outside with his older brother, John. The Lavis family are from the suburb of Openshaw in Greater Manchester. It is a working class area near the centre of the city. While at the time the suburb was considered a little rough, it was common for children to be playing out in the streets most days. Jamie was known for being mischievous, playful and boisterous, and in an interview with a local news station, his mother, Karen, recounted how he would have breakfast with his father, John, at 6 a.m. after the hard-working man had gotten in from his night shift, and then go on to win a second helping. He'd simply tell her that he hadn't eaten yet. She lovingly called him comical, a proper character. His sister described him as cute and sweet, with a smile that melted people's hearts. Jamie was one of 5 children, and despite his endless energy, he never strayed too far. For instance, as he was afraid of the dark, he was always home by tea time. However, on May the 5th, 1997, which was a national bank holiday, Jamie strangely failed to return home for tea. It was a particularly grey and wet day, and his mother was immediately alarmed. She knew that her boy would never come home late, and he loved his food. Jamie's father arrived home a few hours later, and he was initially reluctant to panic. He tried to keep his wife calm, claiming she was being overly sensitive. But by the time 9 p.m. and then 10 p.m. rolled around, the whole family knew that something was very, very wrong. They all went out looking for him. They felt especially concerned because Jamie was pretty small. Although he was 8 years old at the time, his clothing size was aged 5 to 6 and he was only 4 foot tall. Remember, he was one of twins. His family worried that he was too small to defend himself against other kids, let alone anyone bigger. The Lavis family searched for hours, but Jamie was nowhere to be found. The seeds of concern grew quickly into a huge, dark, imposing fear. So eventually, they called the police. And so unfolded one of the more disturbing cases in Manchester's long history. Neighbourhood search parties took to the streets, and very soon local news shows were involved. The Lavis family begged for Jamie's safe return.
If anybody out there knows where Jamie is or is giving him food, please just get in touch with the police. Everybody's waiting for him to come home.
Now, Jamie's described as being small for his age. He's about 4 foot tall, and he wears clothes that are made to fit a 5 to 6 year old.
Multiple tips and sightings started flooding in. Several people said they had seen Jamie catching the 219 bus that morning. He was apparently off to town to buy his mother a birthday present. Superintendent Roy Rainford, now retired, was the senior investigator on Jamie's case. He described the 219 bus route as one that Jamie often took, jumping aboard as he got up to his many little adventures. This made the Openshaw buses the first hotspot of the investigation. The particular bus route stopped near several derelict houses that children used to play in. This concerned Rainford because it meant there were many abandoned buildings to search through, and that there were ample empty spaces to hide something nefarious. CCTV footage showed that Jamie had in fact entered the bus station at around 10:30 a.m. that morning, but this was the last footage that they could find. It was almost as if from the bus station, Jamie vanished into thin air. The hours rolled on. The investigation seemed to be leading nowhere. The Lavis family were becoming more and more distraught, until a glimmer of hope. Around 24 hours after Jamie's disappearance, a local bus driver approached the family. He informed them that Jamie had been on his bus the day that he went missing. He even confirmed that Jamie was wearing a dark blue Reebok tracksuit. And, grateful for the first lead of the case, the family felt that this man could be the key to bringing Jamie home. Darren Vickers, a 28-year-old bus driver, was the last person to see Jamie before he vanished in May of 1997. Darren only lived a few houses down from the Lavis family, and he told the police that Jamie had spent all day on his bus the day that he went missing. He also said that Jamie had purchased a day saver ticket, a ticket that gives you unlimited travel within a certain area, and that he eventually got off at the Ashton bus station near their home. The family were frantic and desperate for answers, and Darren was the closest tie they had to their missing son. Soon, Darren began integrating himself into the family's lives, spending days on end in their home to help with the investigation. He claimed that he felt guilty, having been the last point of contact with Jamie. He felt that he had a responsibility to the family and to Jamie, so the Lavis family embraced him as a good Samaritan, as someone who was both willing and able to help them when they needed it the most. Darren also started to talk to the media. He gave several interviews with local news stations. He stated that whoever was keeping a boy of that age was sick, and that they needed to send him home. He also told the media that, unlike the police, he did not believe that Jamie was no longer alive.
There's somebody out there who's got to be sick, keeping a child of that age. You know, it shouldn't be done. If they had any respect, they'd just hand him over to the nearest police station, just let the child go in, just let him come home. He's not in trouble, he's not nothing, he's just wanted. I feel he's still alive. I don't fear the same way the police fear that he's murdered. His family don't. But somebody somewhere knows where Jamie is. could never dream of it. A young child on the bus like that, you know, and just going missing. It's just unbearable to think about. It's just a nightmare for everyone. We just got close. It's like one big close family now because we've been out virtually 24 hours a day, all of us involved looking for Jamie.
He even took part in a police reconstruction of the day that Jamie went missing. Darren now acted as the unofficial spokesperson when the family couldn't face the media. One officer even described him ominously as their kingpin. He began thinking of himself as their pillar of strength. He would lead search parties looking for the boy. The family soon became emotionally dependent on Darren. The more he placed himself at the centre of the case, the more unnerved people around the family became. Community members found his new fixation odd, and soon the police became suspicious as well. It also became increasingly difficult for the police to share information and updates with the family, that is, without it quickly filtering through to Darren. Some officers felt that the Lavis family trusted Darren more than they trusted the police, and who could blame them? Darren had moved in with the family even though he had his own family just a few doors down. Despite the police's frustrations and their suspicions, they had no evidence or strong leads, and the case seemed to reach a deadlock. However, slowly, witness accounts of Jamie's last day started trickling in from people on the bus, and all of them varied starkly from Darren's story. He had described Jamie as just another passenger on the bus. However, several other eyewitness accounts said that this was simply not true. Jamie was described as having turned the bus into a playground. He was collecting tickets and changing the gears of the bus. Police also noted that a lone child couldn't purchase a day-saver ticket, and due to these mounting holes in the story, Darren now became the prime suspect. Investigators started pouring through hours of CCTV footage, and it was then they discovered something unsettling. While it was true that Jamie arrived at the bus station that morning at around 10:30 a.m, he didn't simply get on a bus. Rather, Jamie was approached by a man who can be seen ruffling his hair. And that man in the footage was Darren Vickers. The police immediately ran a background check on Darren. They discovered at the time of Jamie's disappearance, he had only been working as a bus driver for a few days. On his CV, most of his references were simply fake, and he'd made them up, except for one. And that one person was a convicted pedophile. With their new discoveries backing their investigation, the police were able to arrest Darren Vickers on the 24th of May 1997. This was approximately 3 weeks from Jamie's disappearance. Shockingly, the Lavis family were appalled by the arrest. They blamed the police as being desperate and having no other leads. They still felt that Darren was their friend, and maybe more than that. To them, he had been their hero throughout this emotional trauma. And perhaps Jamie's family did actually have a point. The evidence against Darren was in reality pretty weak, and so police were unable to charge him. Darren was released. He was welcomed home and fully embraced once again by the Lavis family. Not only were they waiting for him at the station when he was released, but they even threw him a party. Backed by the family's strong support, Darren's confidence escalated. He now even called into a local Manchester radio station to discuss the case. And again, he stated that he believed Jamie was still alive, and that if he weren't, they would have found his body by now.
Well, I was coming back from Manchester, and I said to him that I'm going to have to start you back off now because this is my last run up. Jamie turned around and said to me, but my mum and dad's not in, I've got nowhere to go. Then I said to him, well, since you only live around the corner from me, I can take you back to the depot and drop you off when I go home. He was over the moon about it. He said, yeah. I said, are you sure you're going to be okay? He said, yeah. That was the last we saw of him.
So how's the police investigation going, Darren?
The police are not letting much information out about that. Which the family is supposed to know, the first confirmed sightseeing. Yeah. We've never been told. I I'll never know till the day he comes home. I still believe he's alive. If the case was what the police are making out to be, if the case was he was dead around where they're looking, they'd have found him by now.
Darren's behaviour was starting to rouse suspicion from those close to the case, but still seemingly not with Karen or John. Darren then shockingly invited a camera crew into the Lavis family's home. This was all an attempt to clear his name. In the clips, he can be seen explicitly stating, "I've got nothing to do with the abduction of James Lavis. I've got the backing of the Lavis family, relations, everybody." And so the investigation rolled frustratingly on.
I've got nothing to do with the abduction of James Lavis. And I've got the backing of the Lavis family, relations, everybody.
In a stroke of luck, a few months later, Darren Vickers was arrested for outstanding driving offences and kept in prison for 10 weeks. This finally gave the police time to focus on the investigation without Darren's interference. Jamie's family can now be spoken to by the police in peace. Perhaps this distance would generate some new information, and it did. Before his arrest, Darren would take Jamie's older brother, John Jr., on day trips on several bus routes. Since John Jr. and Jamie were similar sizes and close in age, police came to believe that Darren was trying to elicit false sightings, confusing the case even further and putting distance between himself and Jamie. Darren had also used a scanner to track police reports. He would show up at possible sightings with Jamie's mother. This behaviour was disruptive, to say the least. Most importantly at this time, with Darren in jail, the police could access the Lavis family free from Darren's manipulative hold. At this time, the Lavis family started to reconsider their relationship with Darren, and by October, the police finally had enough circumstantial evidence, along with the family's new backing, to arrest and charge Darren Vickers with the abduction of Jamie Lavis. Still though, investigators were determined to charge Darren with murder as well. Even though he was already under arrest, they continued the frantic search for Jamie's body. It was now that they received several tips that Darren had been to a particular part of a park called Reddish Vale. And shockingly, not only had Darren been to the park, but according to Sergeant Rainford, he had brought several children to the park at midnight. These children recognised Darren from the media appearances that he had placed himself in, and they then went to the police. The children said that Darren showed them a picture of Jamie. He then pointed whilst claiming to see him. This understandably scared the children, and they ran away, frightened. It was also reported that Darren brought Jamie's older brother John Jr. to the same spot in the park. He then gave him a cigarette and told him, "This is where your Jamie is, and if you don't behave yourself, I'll throw you in." Finally, near to where Darren had brought the children and Jamie's own brother, situated in a dense and overgrown part of the park, just off of the footpath, police found an item of children's clothing. It was the tracksuit bottoms that Jamie had been wearing on the day that he went missing. Investigators took the clothing for forensic testing and, carefully wrapped inside an item of clothing, they found a small jawbone. Other bones were found scattered around the park. DNA testing of milk teeth proved that the remains did belong to Jamie Lavis. Darren was now charged with abduction and murder. Police believe that after his shift, Darren lured Jamie into his car. He then violated him and ended his short time on this earth. Darren pled not guilty. During the trial, he claimed that Jamie's father was in fact the murderer, and that he himself was having an affair with Jamie's mother Karen, and that she was carrying his child. Karen was indeed pregnant at the time. She was forced to take a blood test to prove that the baby was not fathered by Darren. Darren's defense was, it turns out, totally fabricated. He was unanimously found guilty, Darren Vickers was charged to life in prison with a minimum term of 25 years. But even still, his vile manipulation and fascination with the media knew no bounds. He now confessed to the murder and violation of Jamie Lavis. However, he then contacted the media just a few days later and publicly retracted his confession. Several officers that worked on the case believed that Darren Vickers would have gone on to become a serial killer were he not imprisoned. Darren was up for parole in 2023, but he was thankfully refused. Tragically, Jamie's older brother, John Jr., ended his own time on this earth at age 31. The Lavis family think of Jamie every day, and Mother Karen still writes poems about her son to this very day.